This is Jocko Podcast number 290 with Echo Charles and me, Jocko Willink. Good evening, Echo.
Good evening.
Within 24 hours, I had ordered the Special Operations units to assemble in North Carolina. On the SEAL side, all were senior enlisted from the same SEAL squadron. All were handpicked by the SEAL commander. All had extensive combat experience. The aviation crews were equally experienced and also handpicked. But none of them knew why they were being asked to come to North Carolina on such short notice. The following day, as we ushered the members of the raid team into the conference room at our North Carolina location, I could see a look of annoyance on their faces. By this time, I had briefed my boss, Admiral Eric Olson, on the Bin Laden mission. Olson, along with the Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence, Mike Vickers, and several CIA senior officers were also present in the conference room. The operators' body language was unmistakable. Clearly, they thought they had been dragged out of Virginia Beach and Fort Campbell to participate in some kind of no-notice exercise just to impress the brass. I offered some short welcoming remarks and then turned over the briefing to a CIA officer. He began by handing out non-disclosure forms. I watched with some amusement as the body language began to change. Rarely were non-disclosure forms required for exercises, even sensitive ones. It took a few minutes before the forms were signed and collected. Then another CIA official stepped up on the small stage and began to brief the target. The operators shifted in their chairs, sitting up to focus on the slides on the screen. The CIA officer began. Gentlemen, for the past several months, the CIA has been tracking an individual we call the Pacer. Embedded in the slide was a link. The CIA officer clicked on the link and a video played on the screen. Everyone watched as the Pacer moved around the compound at AC-1. We have reason to believe that the Pacer is Osama bin Laden. At the sound of bin Laden's name, there was silence in the room. I could see a number of the SEALs glancing around at each other as if to ask, are they screwing with us or is this for real? The briefing went on for another 30 minutes. After the CIA analyst finished, I pushed away from my table, stood up, and made sure everyone was clear on why we were here. Gentlemen, I told them, the president has asked us to develop a raid option to capture or kill bin Laden. For the past several weeks, a small team has been planning the mission, but now we have to find out whether the plan is executable. We have less than 3 weeks to test and rehearse the plan. At the end of that time, I have to report back to the president on the viability of the mission. There was no emotion from the operators, no smiles, no acknowledgement of the magnitude of the operation. Now, it was all business. I continued, the agency has built a mock-up of the compound just a mile from here. You have 2 days to work through the movements on target. After that, we will move to another location out west to do the full dress rehearsals. I offered the other senior officers an opportunity to say a few words, but they recognized that this was about the operators, not a time to wax philosophically about the importance of the mission. I will turn you over to your boss, and you guys can work out the details. Any questions? There were none. All right, I said. Let's get to work. And that right there is an excerpt of the book Sea Stories, which was written by Admiral William McRaven. Admiral McRaven served 37 years in the Navy and held just about every position of leadership there is, from SEAL platoon commander all the way up to 4-star commander of all United States Special Operations Forces. He oversaw thousands and thousands of combat operations around the globe during his time in service, including some of the most important operations and perhaps the most important operation in the history of U.S. Special Operations, the killing of Osama bin Laden. And all the while, even with that incredible burden of command, Admiral McRaven was always connected with the troops. As an example, he stopped by my little base in Baghdad and said hi to this common platoon commander as we geared up for a mission, and asked earnest questions about what we were doing and how we were doing it, and then listened intently as I explained my little part of the war. He was always present, thoughtful, respected, balanced, and as good of a representative of the SEAL community as we could have hoped for. And we have the honor of having him with us here tonight to share his vast experiences and lessons learned. Admiral, thank you for joining us.
Hey, Jocko, great to be with you.
That's from the book Sea Stories. Now, you've written 4 books thus far. Sea Stories, Make Your Bed, your latest one, which was called The Hero Code, and then Spec Ops, Case Studies in Special Operations Warfare and Practice. I'll probably spend some time. I'm going a little bit. I'll go we'll go the array of books that you've written at some point. And Sea Stories is sort of, well, you were saying that's about as close of a memoir as we're going to get from you.
That's about it. Yep.
I guess this podcast is going to have to do that.
This will do it.
I'm going to dive into Sea Stories first, and because it relays some of your early experiences. Here's the deal. I'm going to just read little tiny chunks of this book because you read your own audiobooks, which is awesome. So people can go out and buy those. But in order to maybe trigger us into some other conversations and some stuff that's not in the books, I'll set it up. And I always like to start at the beginning and find out, who these people are, where they came from, how they ended up the way they did. And you got a pretty good, interesting background. And with that, I'm going to go to the book here. Talking to your dad, when I asked him years later why he joined the military, he said that as a boy he watched soldiers march through the streets of his hometown of Marston, Missouri, and board a train bound for the trenches of France. His father, an army surgeon, was one of those men. He knew then that he wanted to be a soldier. After graduating from aviation officer school at Brookfield in San Antonio, Texas, he received orders to the 309th Fighter Squadron, 8th Air Force. The 309th was part of the first American contingent to be posted in the United Kingdom. At the time, the Americans were still working to build a fighter aircraft that could compete in aerial combat against the German Messerschmitt. So when Dad arrived in England, he and the other pilots of the 309th were given British Spitfires. The Spits, equipped with powerful Rolls-Royce engines, new guns, and sleek aerodynamics, were good enough to go toe-to-toe with the Germans. Dad flew the Spitfire throughout the war, going on to fight in the campaigns in North Africa, Sicily, Salerno, and eventually at the Normandy invasion. He registered 2 confirmed kills during the war, but would himself be shot down over France in 1943. The saga of his escape and evasion from France back to England was told many times during our posting in France, but not by Dad, who rarely talked about his wartime service, but by the French resistance fighter who helped him back to freedom and now lived near us on the outskirts of Paris. So your dad's a freaking war hero coming out of the gate.
Well, I think they were all heroes back then. I mean, you think about this greatest generation. And I was fortunate growing up as a kid in San Antonio, Texas, that all of my dad's friends, even back then, had served in the Air Force or the Army Air Corps or the Army, and they'd all fought in World War II. So you experience these kind of remarkable stories from these guys. But of course, that generation, both my parents, my father and my mother, they grow up during the Depression. They grow up as children of World War I. As I mentioned, my dad watched his father go off to serve in World War I, and my grandfather also. He was young enough that he came back and served in World War II, so as a combat surgeon. And then, of course, all the men go off to World War II. They had these stories, and I think the stories helped them. One of the reasons that I wrote the book Sea Stories was because the stories that my father told, I know, helped him and that group deal with the challenges that they had in life. Stories help you do that, as you well know. And frankly, writing the stories and the book Sea Stories kind of helped me. It was cathartic. You put these stories down on paper, you remember them, you remember the people, you remember your emotions, and it's frankly helpful to get those stories out sometimes.
Yeah. So did your dad stay in the Army?
So
was he a career Army guy?
He joined the Army Air Corps, which became the Air Force.
Got it.
So yeah, he spent 26 years in the Air Force, retired as a colonel. And flew until he had a heart attack, something about whiskey and cigarettes, and had a heart attack while we were over in France. And so that took him off flying status. They sent him back to Fort Sam Houston, actually to Brooke Air Force Base, or to Lackland Air Force Base, to Brooke Medical Center there. Recovered and then retired out of Lackland.
And you were growing up, what was your behavior like? I know you got a pretty good story in there that's, you obviously had a mischievous side, which I guess is just what we're born with. But you were also a really good athlete.
Yeah, I was mischievous is a good way to describe it. And to your point, I think that was the nature of a lot of kids back then. I grew up, born in 1955, but kind of grew up in the 60s. And this was a time when, the movies were about spies. James Bond came out. There was I Spy on TV and The Man from U.N.C.L.E. And even though I grew up in Texas and it was about cowboys and Indians sort of thing, the spy culture back then really kind of, I think, grabbed the young kids. Certainly grabbed me. So yeah, we were always looking at missions to go on. And when I was preteen, of course, a couple of those got me in some serious trouble. And yeah, I was a good athlete, but I was small. I didn't really start growing until late in high school. So my dad happened to have been a professional athlete. He played football for the Cleveland Rams, running back for the Cleveland Rams. And
that's where he made all of his money?
Yeah. I think he told me they paid him $120 a week, which was good money back then. Yeah. And then he would get $10 for doing Wheaties commercials. So he seemed like he was making pretty good money back then. But he and a bunch of buddies saw that in the late 30s, early 40s, that war was brewing. And I think he told me one time he and four of his friends on the football team just got up, drove to California, and signed up for the Army Air Corps.
So what about grades? Were you interested in school? Did you care about school?
Yeah, of course I cared about school. I'm not sure school cared that much about me. I was an average student. I was an average student in elementary school, in junior high school, in high school, and in college. But I worked hard. I worked hard to get the grades. I didn't have a lot of skills in math and science. And of course, when I look back on my college career, I changed majors 4 times. It wasn't until I got into journalism, which is what I ended up graduating in, that I found out I had a little bit of a talent for writing. I couldn't do, I started off in pre-med in college. That didn't work out so well. I went to accounting. That worked out even worse. And then I went into news reporting, and then finally in the broader arena of journalism. So.
And so when you're going to college, did you have a military career in mind at that point?
Yeah, I did. Again, I had watched my dad and his friends, and the one thing I loved about the military was just the camaraderie. Even after my dad retired, we lived in a residential area in San Antonio called Windcrest, and Windcrest is where a lot of the retired military and a lot of the active duty military live. So it was almost like living on base housing, and so all the kids, had some sort of connection to the military. And it was just a great environment to grow up in. And I remember at a young age, I decided my dad didn't push me. This wasn't the great Santini sort of thing. But I just, I enjoyed, watching how my parents interacted with their friends. And I said, yeah, that's kind of what I want to do. And my dad wanted me to be a pilot. And my mom wanted me to be a doctor. The doctor was not going to work out, as she quickly found out. But she did get me an ROTC scholarship. She had to do all the work. Again, back then, I don't think I had the discipline to do all the paperwork. My mom worked all the paperwork and said, go to this interview, sign this, do this. And I got an ROTC scholarship to the University of Texas at Austin, and that kind of put me on the path.
Had you heard about the SEAL teams at this point?
So interestingly enough, my sister was dating an Army Green Beret, and this was probably 1971, 72. And of course, the movie, The Green Beret with John Wayne, had come out, and I love the movie. Never heard of SEALs at that point in time. And so this Army officer a young captain comes to pick her up. And this was at a time when it was very unusual because the Vietnam War was still going on. You weren't supposed to wear your Class A's, your uniform out in public back then. But he comes to pick her up, and he's in his uniform, and he's a Green Beret. And so my sister, notoriously late, so I'm kind of entertaining the guy. I'm about 16, 17 years old, I guess. And he says, well, what are you going to do? And I said, well, I'm looking at going into the Navy and ROTC. And he says, well, then you need to be a Navy SEAL. I'd never heard of Navy SEALs. And he had just come back from a tour in Vietnam. He goes, let me tell you, SEALs are the best guys in the Navy. If you want to do something special, you go be a Navy SEAL. I'm thinking, this is an Army Green Beret telling me to go be a Navy SEAL. And that really is kind of what spurred me. And then there was one article. Back then, not like it is today, of course. Back then, you couldn't find out about SEALs. But I got on Microfiche in the library. I found one article called Men with Green Faces. It's a classic, but it was in some old men's magazine. Back then they used to have these men's magazines and adventure magazine sort of thing. And I must have read that article 100 times trying to find out what it was like. Of course, there was nothing on BUD/S. It was all about the teams. Interestingly enough, about probably 10 years, 15 years later, I found that article, the Microfiche, photocopy of it. And of course, I knew all the guys in the article. It was Ed Bowen, and it was Bob Mabry, and it was Bob Gormley. I mean, guys that now I was kind of serving with that were actually in the article. So it was interesting. Now
you talk about this in Make Your Bed. You go to visit BUD/S.
Yeah.
Was this like your junior year in college?
It was between my junior and senior year. And we had some time off in the summer, and so I wanted to go see what BUD/S was all about. So I took a flight to San Diego, and I show up at the compound, which is, I guess they're demolishing it now, but so this was 1976. And I show up, and I go to the quarterdeck kind of unannounced, and I tell them I'd like to see somebody talk about going through BUD/S training. So the lieutenant who was running at the time was a guy named Doug Huth, Vietnam vet, very distinguished, great officer. And so I'm waiting outside, and I look down the hallway, and I remember this very vividly, and I see this guy down the hallway, and of course you remember how it's set up. The offices are off to one side, and we back then there were always these posters, and they were Vietnam era posters, manly men doing manly things. I mean, guys with bandoliers on, guys in the mud with a stoner, and this guy is kind of looking up at these posters, longingly and looking up. I'm thinking to myself, you have got to be kidding me. I mean, this guy, he was thin, kind of frail, and had a little bit of a mop of long hair, and I thought he was a dependent, But he's kind of looking up, and I'm thinking, man, does this guy really think he could be a Navy SEAL? Doesn't he know? I mean, Navy SEAL is supposed to look like me, 6'2", eyes of blue, big brawny guys. And so as I'm watching this guy, I'm waiting and thinking, well, I feel sorry for this guy if he really thinks that he could make it through SEAL training. So a few minutes later, I get called into Huth's office, and I'm sitting there talking to Doug Huth, and out of the corner of my eye, I can see this guy kind of walking across in front of the doorway. And finally, Doug Huth stops me, and he goes, hey, Bill, hold on a second. I want to introduce you to somebody. He said, hey, Tommy, come in here. He says, Bill, this is Tommy Norris. He's the last SEAL Medal of Honor recipient from Vietnam. And of course, as you well know, Jocko, Tommy, one of the toughest guys that ever went through SEAL training. And it just reinforced the fact, and of course, when you get in SEAL training, you realize this, it ain't about how big you are, it ain't about how fast you are. I mean, Tommy Norris, one of the toughest guys, because he had the heart big enough to make it through, the toughness, the determination, everything that we're looking for in SEALs. And so a lot of guys that go through that think it's all about, how fast you can run and how much you can bench press, and they're missing the point. The Tommy Norrises of this world are the ones that rule the teams.
Crazy how many guys with a big bench or a great run time quit.
Yeah.
It's nuts.
Right. Saw it early on. We had two guys that looked like weightlifters. I don't think they made it through the first week. That's not what you're looking for, as you know.
And Lieutenant Huth, who checked you in the first phase, he was the CO of all of BUD/S when I went through.
Oh, is that right?
Yep, he was the captain in charge of the center when I went through. So you end up going back, finishing your senior year, and then you got orders. But was it hard to get to go to BUD/S then?
It wasn't. Again, back then, BUD/S was actually a course at the Naval Amphibious School. So it was not its own command. It was just a course that was run at the Naval Amphibious School. And when I got orders, I was at the University of Texas, I remember my orders came in, and it didn't say Basic Underwater Demolition SEAL Training. It had a course number on it. And it said something about explosives training, but that was about it. And so I didn't even know whether these were the right orders to go to BUD/S. So I'm calling around, but again, back then nobody knew about SEAL training. So one of the officers had to call the detailer, who back then, our detailers, and for your audience, the detailers are the guys that give you the orders where to go. Well, we didn't have a SEAL detailer back then. It was an EOD, an explosive ordnance disposal officer, that managed the SEAL community. So yeah, he said, I don't know, it's the course number. So of course I show up. Turned out it was the right place to go.
Well, we just had Bill Posey on.
Yeah.
And he showed up to Bud's, whatever course number it was,
right.
Same thing. And he thought it was a course. He asked, like, hey, do I need a backpack for the books? And they're like, what do you think you need books for? He says, for the course that I'm about to take. He had no idea what he was doing. He thought he was going to go. Thought he was going to some kind of advanced dive,
right.
like hard hat dive school or something like that. And I was also thinking about Dick Thompson. We had a guy named Dick Thompson on who was a Green Beret in Vietnam. He joined the Army voluntarily. Then he volunteered for Special Forces. Then he volunteered for OCS. Became an officer. And I said, "Hey, was it hard to, was it hard to get those billets?" And he goes, "No," because it was Vietnam. They were like, "Oh, you want to be an officer? Cool, go ahead. You want to be in Special Forces? Cool, go ahead. Or you want to join the Army?" Everything was easy.
Well, and I don't. Like I said, all you had to do was pass the PT test. And of course, as you know, the PT test is not all that hard. You pass the PT test, you get orders to Bud's. I mean, I think it was that easy back then. And now again, I can't talk to the Naval Academy guys, but for those of us in ROTC, hey, if you raised your hand and you wanted to go, you were probably going to get a billet.
Did you have any idea what you were getting into?
None whatsoever. Again, there were no books, there were no movies, there was nothing on SEAL training. I knew nothing about what we were going to do. I just knew that I wasn't going to quit. They were going to have to kill me if they were going to stop me from getting through.
How was your water competency?
Yeah, good. I mean, I was a good swimmer.
Okay.
And I'd been scuba diving since I was 13, so I learned to dive young. So the water, I mean, I thought we'd actually spend more time. Of course, we did spend a lot of time swimming, but I was always a good swimmer, so that was not an issue.
Yeah, I think that's a big problem for guys that show up from Iowa that didn't, they grew up wrestling and weightlifting or whatever, but they didn't swim, and that's a problem.
Or particularly swimming in the surf. Yeah, I mean, there's a difference. I mean, you can get in the pool and make pretty good laps, but there were a lot of kids that came in with me that all of a sudden, you see the surf, particularly in the wintertime off Coronado, and, you get 10, 12-foot breakers, and they're like, whoa, never seen that before. So that was a bit of a shock for them.
And then your class leader was Daniel Stewart.
Daniel Stewart, yeah, one of the finest officers I ever served with. And Daniel had been rolled back. He had, as you recall, towards the end of the first phase of training, or maybe it was right before Hell Week, we did cast and recovery. So you take an inflatable boat small and you tie it up along what we had was called a PL, which is a little small boat back then, and then you hook the old classic frogmen in World War II. You hook your arm through the sling. Well, in the course of hooking his arm through the sling, the guy caught the arm too low, ripped out his bicep, and so Daniel had to get rolled back. Fortunately for us, he ends up being the class leader, and he was Lieutenant JG. The other officers in the class, we were all ensigns. And Daniel had been in the fleet, so he was already a surface warfare officer, Naval Academy graduate, exactly the guy we needed to frankly get through training. Again, I knew nothing about what I was stepping into, and neither did the other two officers that were with us. We were all, kind of bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, but Daniel had already been through it and had some great ideas on how we were going to make it through, and he's the one that got us through, frankly.
He was my first commanding officer at SEAL Team 1, and he was, I guess in the modern term that we would say, we would say he was jacked.
Yeah.
He was like
Still is.
Yeah, and because he was a gymnast. Wasn't he a gymnast?
He was.
So he was the first human being, because I didn't know anything about gymnastics, but he was out on the old pull-up bar behind SEAL Team 1, and he was doing muscle-ups on the pull-up bar. I didn't even know what that was, and I remember thinking, damn, I got some work to do over here as a new guy. The instructors. So you've got, this is, first of all, they're basically unchanged. There's no supervision. It's like there was no adult supervision, right?
Well, I think there was, but of course, as trainees, you don't think there is, and you think they have the latitude to do anything to you. So I think that was part of the psychological advantage they had, was if there was, in fact, adult supervision, which I think there was, and I think they had certain criteria, we didn't know it. So I think today, again, the students going through, because they have such a good understanding, they know the instructors aren't going to kill them. I can be honest with you, I'm not sure we knew that back then. And some of them seemed mean enough to do that. But they were all Vietnam vets. These salty old, crusty old guys, and of course, as a young kid, I mean, you look up to these Vietnam vets, as we should. Great combat experience, great stories, and you wanted to be like these guys. And of course, they wanted you to be tough enough, mentally tough enough, physically tough enough to join them in the teams. And you knew that was a standard you were fighting for. So it was great to have those guys be your instructors because we looked up to them so much, and we just wanted to do the best by them.
What was it like? Just the normal kind of 75 or 80% attrition rate?
Yeah, same thing. We started with, I went back and had to check the numbers. We started with 110 guys, at least that's what the roster shows. We ended up with 33. So right about the same attrition rate. And yet 33 back then was a large class. The class before us, I think, had finished with 18 or 20, which was about normal back then. Again, I attribute a lot of our success to Daniel Stewart, who managed to keep the class together during the tough times. And they were actually very impressed. Remember, the instructors watched us very closely because we got a lot of guys through Hell Week. I think we ended up getting almost 55 guys through Hell Week. Now, we lost a lot of guys after that. But still, ending up with 33 guys was a large class. And the instructors were trying to figure out, how did you guys do that? Because we need to get more guys through. Well, the answer was you had great leadership, and that always helps when you're in challenging situations.
Yeah. Did I know you talk a little bit about in one of the books about instructor Faculty, right, who ended up being my first Master Chief at SEAL Team 1, and he's a guy that really instilled the professionalism, right, because in the SEAL teams, especially I would say more so back then, but there was like a professional side. And there was an equally strong sort of Hell's Angels sort of spirit that you could jump into, and like great guys on both sides. I think that Master Chief Faculty for me sort of leaned me and kind of my group, at least put some level of, hey, you got to be squared away, you got to present yourself. You know, this is the military, we're in the Navy, like all those little things. Which you go to some other deeper, darker AOs in the SEAL teams, there was none of that going on, and I just appreciated that fact. And it, like I said, it had a good influence on me, because when you're young and impressionable, I just wanted to be a good SEAL.
Right.
And if you told me a good SEAL was having a good haircut and wearing a squared away uniform, okay, that's what I'm doing. Luckily, people like that were around.
Yeah, and I think you nailed it, Jocko. I mean, that was consistent with what I saw with Faculty throughout his career. And as we talked before the podcast, Mike and I became very good friends. We were neighbors in Chula Vista. And he and Daniel Stewart stayed very, very good friends. So Mike was actually our proctor, again, for your listeners. So the proctor was the senior enlisted that really was in charge of your phase. So he was our first phase proctor. And that was really important because it kind of sets the tone for the rest of the three phases. But Faculty as the proctor and Daniel Stewart as the class leader, they worked well together. And Faculty would, give us little tips on how to get through certain evolutions and events, kind of pass through Daniel Stewart. So that teamwork between Faculty as the proctor and Stewart as the class leader was helpful. But Mike was always professional. I mean, he was and as you know, the instructors love to harass you, and some of them harass you with a little bit of a mean spirit. Some of them have a good sense of humor. And, of course, Faculty could always do it with a little bit of a twinkle in his eye. I mean, that's not to say you weren't suffering the pain. You were suffering the pain, but there was always a little smile, a little bit of a twinkle in his eye. And you knew that he was going to get you through this evolution, even though he was going to harass you to the max.
Yeah, the thing I think I learned, well, again, never really broke it down like this, but this sort of professional side versus this kind of Hell's Angel side. I think what I learned from Faculty was that what we were there to do was do the mission of the country, right? And if you wanted to if that's what you were there to do, to kill bad guys, to go out and execute operations, which, look, this is the 90s when I showed up. I missed the first Gulf War, but as far as I could tell, if you wanted to do that, if you wanted to actually do the missions for the country, then you had to be professional.
Right.
And that was the connection that I kind of made. And by the way, the idea of being a frogman, what could possibly trump doing being a good operator for being a frogman. There's nothing that trumps that. It's not any of that other stuff that there's plenty of in the SEAL teams, but there's nothing that trumps, hey, I want to be a good operator. I want to be able to do my job well. I want to go out and execute missions. And that professionalism, I think, is it was a key component for me in my career, and something that I think people like Master Chief Faculty embedded in enough people that it carries on.
No, you're exactly right. The fact of the matter is, there was a little bit of the duality of, if you will, of the kind of the Hells Angels and the professionals. But even the Hells Angels understood that if you were going to do a complex SEAL mission, boy, you better have the highest standards possible. You better know your business. You better rehearse it to the nth degree. You are not going to come in and be cavalier about people's lives or about making sure that we're going to be successful on a mission. So, again, I was fortunate. I had a guy named Lieutenant John Wright, and John was a young, probably ensign or Lieutenant JG in Vietnam. But when I got to Underwater Demolition Team 11, John kind of took me under his wing. And it was all about the professionalism. And at first was, okay, Ensign McRaven, you need to learn the basics. You need to know everything you can find out about demolition, about parachuting, about weapons. You better be able to break apart every single weapon, because John Wright could do that. Now, you had that expectation if you were one of these senior enlisted guys, but his expectation was you can't lead the men under you if you don't know the skill set equally as well. At the end of the day, you never know it quite as good as the enlisted guys do, but you want to make sure you've put in the effort. And so John instilled in me, hey, you got to work hard every single day. You've got to earn their respect every single day. The day you think you don't have to earn their respect, that you've become so senior or you've become so entitled, then you're the wrong person to be leading. And that was instilled in me at a very young age. Fortunately, Mike Fackett and I ended up working together a number of times, and later he became my command master chief. And to your point, Jocko, he was a guy that set the standards high and expected everybody to meet the standards or exceed the standards. And the standards were the standards. And I don't care whether you were his friend or somebody he didn't like. If you could meet the standards, then you were going to be a good teammate.
Before we jump into UDT 11, it sounded like you almost had a damn helo crash at the end of Buds.
We did. So it was the very last day of Buds training. And this was the next day we were going to graduate. Back at the time, when you finished Buds training, that's when you had the big graduation. You didn't get your Trident then, but all the parents would come out. So this was the day before the graduation. And the last evolution was helicopter cast and recovery. And so the parents that had come out for the graduation the following day all showed up on Turner Field, and Turner Field is an area here in Coronado where the helicopters would land. They put some bleachers out there for all the parents to sit in. And of course, the instructor, who at the time was Lieutenant Moki Martin, makes the parents think that, here your sons are about to be Navy frogmen, and this is a really tough evolution. It's a dangerous evolution, and so he kind of built up the hype a little bit for all the parents. When in fact, as you know, helicopter cast and recovery is a pretty straightforward operation. So myself and Daniel Stewart actually were the first two sticks. So we board the 46, the Navy 46, and so we go out, picked up off Turner Field. We fly out over the bay. And the idea is, they drop each stick off. And the stick, I think we had 7 or 8 guys on the stick. And so Daniel's the first stick out, and I'm the first guy in the second stick. So I get dropped off. Well, the helo comes back around, picks up Daniel's guys, picks up me. I'm the first guy on the stick. And as I get into the helicopter, I sit down on the bench seat. I'm thinking, yeah, this doesn't look quite right. I'm up to my waist in water. And I'm thinking, I don't think the helo's supposed to be doing it. And of course, as I look in the cockpit, here are the pilots. They are fighting the helo. The crew chief, we had actually landed. We lost power in one of the engines, so the helicopter had settled hard into the water. And one of the guys who was about to be picked up through the hellhole gets landed on. And so now the crew chief, he's running back trying to make sure this guy didn't get knocked out. But now as the helicopter is slowly starting to sink, we were following instructions. And back then the instructions were, okay, gentlemen, if a helicopter lands in the water, everybody stay seated. The helicopter will sink, it will roll over, and you just swim out after that. And of course, we're not smart enough to realize that's a really bad idea. But it was about 30 feet deep where we were doing this, so we thought, no big deal. If it sinks down, we'll swim out. Well, so finally, as the helo is kind of slowly starting to sink, the crew chief realizes, got to get the weight out of the back. Well, we're looking out the side door, and of course that blade is like almost clipping the water. And it's like, I don't know about this, but he's giving us the go sign, so we all dive out. Well, the pilot's got no control of the helicopter. So now as we're all out trying to swim towards the safety boat, who is a ways going, I don't think I'm coming, the helo starts to kind of follow us. And finally, we all get out of harm's way. And the pilot, good pilot, after about an hour and a half, he manages literally to drive the helo off to Point Golf, that point over there, and beach the helo. So he saves the helicopter and nobody got injured. But the funny part about it was, as I got told later, so the parents are all in the bleachers. And Lieutenant Martin is telling this story about, helicopter crash. He says, and then all of a sudden, all the parents got up and they ran past me. I was like, what's going on? And of course, the helicopter landed in the water. And I remember Faculty, as we got back to the beach, he said something to the effect of, boy, I hope this isn't an indication of how the rest of your career is going to go. And of course, it was an indication of how the rest of the career would go.
That's good times.
Yeah.
So now you go to UDT 11 and check into UDT 11. And look, like I said, I don't want to read a ton of stuff from the books today because you did this stuff on audiobook. But you captured the check-in process at a SEAL team, and this was a UDT team, which later became SEAL teams. But I just had to go. This is going to the book, The Hero Code, it's your latest book. And this is what it's like checking into a team. So you're the new guy, one of my officers remarked. Yes, sir, I responded. It's my first day in the teams. First day in the teams. Well, you're going to love it here, he said. The guys will welcome you with open arms. The old Vietnam vets are really nice. They love officers, particularly new officers. They'll treat you really well. Great. I'm looking forward to it. So there we go. Out of the gate, it's you can see where this is going. A sly grin came across the officer's face. Dressed in khaki, swim trunks, blue and gold T-shirts, jungle boots, we headed out of the building and onto the grinder. After a short daily briefing from the executive officer, we broke ranks and formed up into a circle, the PT circle. And then it began. So, Ensign, and you are an ensign at this time. That's the lowest officer rank in the Navy. So, Ensign, I understand you went to Texas A&M. No, Chief, the University of Texas, not Texas A&M. So you couldn't get into a real school, huh? Before I could answer, someone else offered a response. He's from Texas. There aren't any real schools in Texas. So you weren't smart enough to get into the academy. We frogmen expect our officers to be smart. What did you major in? I hesitated. Journalism, Chief. Journalism, you're a damn reporter. Hey, XO, we don't need no damn reporter in our ranks. The executive officer smiled but said nothing. What SEAL training class were you in? A man at the far end of the circle shouted. Class 95, I yelled back. You gotta be kidding me, an older officer said, spitting out a wad of tobacco. I heard Class 95 was the easiest class ever. They had a summer hell week. Over the next 15 minutes, all 50 men in the circle had something to say about my shortfalls. In between repetitions of push-ups, flutter kicks, sit-ups, and burpees, they questioned my parentage, my athleticism, my intellect, my state of origin, the quality of my SEAL training class, and of course, my love life. You got a girlfriend? One of the salty old chiefs asked. I do, Chief. What's she look like? Oh, she's pretty. Very petite, brown hair, hazel eyes, about 5'4". The chief smiled. Do you think she'd like a swarthy Italian with a mustache, he said, twirling the ends of his long handlebar? I saw an opening. No, Chief, I said, looking around the grinder. She likes men that are taller than she is. The circle went quiet. The chief, who stood no taller than 5'4", got up off the grinder and walked up to where I was standing. Inches from my face, he sneered at me and said, Are you calling me short? The men in the circle were shaking their heads. One mouthed, Don't go there, Ensign. Another said softly, He's very sensitive about his height. Well, Chief, you are looking up at me, I told him. Everyone on the grinder stopped exercising and turned my way. What? Do you think that's funny, Ensign? Do you think insulting a chief petty officer in the United States Navy is funny? I am very, very sensitive about my height, and that hurts me. I paused, wondering whether I'd taken my joke too far. Suddenly, the chief burst out laughing, and the rest of the men in the circle joined in. Welcome to the teams, Ensign. When the physical training ended, the chief and all the other members of the team came by to shake my hand and welcome me to UDT 11. I'd passed the test. I had a sense of humor. Good way to check in.
You've been there before. You know the deal.
So I was, I did the Seaman Admiral program, and I went straight from from SEAL Team 1 as an E5, went to Officer Candidate School for 13 weeks, went to SEAL Team 2 as an ensign. So I hadn't been to college. It was a ridiculous program. I feel like maybe I can get arrested for it or something because it was such a good deal. Well, and then I did 2 deployments at SEAL Team 2, and then I went to college. So I was an officer in college, but it was I've been in the SEAL teams my whole adult life. And so now I'm going to college and I'm coming home. And, I don't have anyone to banter with, so it ends up being my wife. And after
that could be dangerous.
Yeah, after about 2 or 3 months, finally, I said something about the meal she had made or what she had prepared or something like this. And she looked at me and she goes, "Hey, I'm not a team guy." And I was, I kind of chuckled, but then I realized she was 100% right. The lifestyle of being in a platoon where it's just constant attacks from everybody. It's an environment that you get so used to, you don't realize that that's just the way it is.
And that may actually be the best part, as you know, about being in the teams. Mm-hmm. And for your listeners, every morning back then, kind of pre 9/11, we had the PT circle. And come hell or high water, you were going to break out and you were going to do PT for probably an hour and a half. And the PT circle was where, boy, if you were not on your toes, somebody was going to rip you apart. And back to the point, it was this sense of humor, this camaraderie that was built in the PT circle and in the locker room that then, of course, transitioned on to the missions. And you would see guys in very tough situations all of a sudden crack a joke. And that is, I think, the power of being in the team sometimes is you build this level of teamwork with your swim buddies that is hard to replicate anywhere. And if there's one thing I miss after retiring, many things, but that's the thing I miss the most is being around team guys, being harassing people back, and realizing that, hey, no harm, no foul. Just let's move on. It's fun.
When you checked into UDT 11, what did you think you were going to be doing? So just as a little backdrop, when I checked into SEAL Team 1 in 1991, right, I thought I was going to Nam. Like in my mind, I was like, "Hey, look, man, I know we don't know about this stuff. There's top secret stuff going on. I know I'm probably going to Nam or whatever, Cambodia. I'm going to be doing SOG missions." That's what I was thinking because I was really young and really dumb. When you checked into UDT 11, what was it, 1977, 1978?
Early 1978, yeah.
What did you think you were going to be doing?
Same thing. I mean,
you were going to
well, back then, of course, we thought we were going to go back and rescue POWs out of Vietnam.
Yeah.
Or this was the Cold War, kind of the height of the Cold War, so we thought we were going to be doing missions against the Soviet Union. And I don't think I mentioned the story in any of the books, but when I first got there, I was out doing a training dive one day, and one of the chiefs comes, grabs me and says, "Hey, sir, commanding officer wants to see you." I'm an ensign, commanding officer. He's an important guy. And I thought, all right, this is it. The commanding officer, this is something important. So I get up and I said, well, let me go back and change. He goes, no, CO said, just come as you are. Well, I was in my shorty wetsuit, so I go up, wait outside the CO's office, and the CO's assistant says, yeah, go in and see him. And I had met the CO, but yeah, I was an ensign. He was the commanding officer. So I come in and he says, Ensign McRaven, good to see you again. Yes, sir. He says, I've been hearing good things about you. And I'm thinking, yeah, okay, good. This is it. He says, look, we got something important coming up. And I need one of my best ensigns to kind of run this thing. I'm like, this is what I've been waiting for. Here it comes. And he says, the 4th of July is coming up, and we need somebody to be the frog float officer. And of course, I'm like, I'm sorry, sir, what? He goes, yeah, every 4th of July we build a frog float to be in the Coronado Parade, and I want you to be the frog float officer. And I was like, you have got to be kidding me. But I remember when I came out, I kind of had this kind of hound dog look on my face, and there was I don't know if you remember Herschel Davis.
Yeah.
So Herschel Davis was the command master chief over at SEAL Team, or over at Underwater Demolition Team 12, and he sees me walking by, and I'm a little like shoulders down. He goes, "What's wrong, Ensign?" I said, "Master Chief." I said, I thought I was going to do something important. I'm going to be the frog float officer. And Herschel said something. He said, "Well, then be the best damn frog float officer you can be." And I thought, well, that's it right there. Whatever it is, whether you're the frog float officer or planting the eelgrass, which was another one we had to do it the best you can.
Planting the eelgrass.
So the reason Coronado San Diego Bay looks as good as it does and as clean as it is because back in 1978, UDT 12, UDT 11, and SEAL Team 1, we all got out and planted eelgrass underwater so that eelgrass would grow to bring in the little fishies to clean out San Diego Bay. And it worked. But that was hours of diving at 3 feet under the water planting eelgrass. Yeah, I never did do those missions to get the Soviet Union or to go back into Vietnam. But
I was on my first deployment, so we deployed to Guam, and we show up there, and they immediately have us do like a double duck insert. We go in, we hit a target, live fire. We come over the beach, hit a target, live fire. We get done. We're all, it's pretty cool. And then we go out the next day, we clean our weapons, we go out, they say, hey, get your weapons sighted in. We're okay. And of course, same thing in my mind. I'm thinking we're getting ready for the big mish. So we go out, we sight in our weapons, clean them, sight them in, get back. And then a couple days goes by, and they give us pagers too, right?
Oh, yeah.
Which back in the day, you might as
Big
well
deal.
just been, it was just as crazy as it gets. So I got the pager. Well, a couple days go by, 3 days, 4 days go by, and we're not getting the big recall. I don't know if they're trying to negotiate with whoever the terrorists were that were needed to die or whatever the case was. But also there was good waves. So I said, you know what? I told my roommate, like a couple of us are going to go surfing. So we went down the Spanish Steps and we were surfing. And all of a sudden I'm looking up on the cliffs, and there's the guy that we told is up there waving his arms frantically. And holy shit, right? We're getting recalled. This is it. So run up the Spanish Steps, grab, hey, what's going on? He's like, we got recalled. Shows me his pager. He's got the 911 page. Damn, it's on. We get back down to the platoon space. And, the freaking senior chief comes in and he says, hey, you guys, you didn't clean up your brass on the on the range after you sighted your weapons. You guys got to go clean up your brass. So that was when I realized it maybe wasn't going to I wasn't going to Nam after all. How long did you UDT 11 then?
2 years.
And did you do a platoon there? Were you like an assistant platoon commander or something?
I was an assistant platoon commander. Lieutenant Dave Tash was the platoon commander. I was in an SDV platoon. So, when I first got there, of course, thinking I was going to do real frogman stuff and be in a regular underwater demolition team platoon, which was, as you know, this was about kind of clearing beaches and that sort of thing. And then I find out there are these things called, back then, swimmer delivery vehicles, now SEAL delivery vehicles. And at first I wasn't happy about being assigned to an SDV platoon. Turned out to be one of the best platoons I was ever in. It was real frogman stuff because we were doing 6-hour dives, and so for the listener, an SDV is think about a manned torpedo with a bit of a cowling on it. So you had we started off in what was called the Mark 7. So you had a pilot in the front and a navigator in the back, and you could squeeze 2 more guys in if you had to, and you could put some demolition in there, and then they would launch off the bigger submarines. And then later we got the Mark 8, which was a bigger SEAL delivery vehicle. But it was all about diving. I mean, you spent 4 days a week underwater.
Yeah, and an important thing to note about this, when you say mini submarine, there's a key component that is not what you're thinking if you're listening to this, and that is it's called a wet submersible. So you're not in this thing dry. You're diving while you're basically on a motorcycle.
Right. Underwater.
Underwater.
Yeah, so I was one of the primary pilots, and I loved driving the SDV. And of course, as I'm back here in Coronado, California, and I had a chance to go back. I mean, you relive those days where you were going under the bridge, and back then you had what was called an obstacle avoidance sonar, and the OAS, as we referred to it. Yeah, the underwater obstacles were not real clear. You really had to have a good eye to be able to read the obstacle avoidance sonar. So the navigator would read the OAS, and it was this kind of green glow, and you'd have to pick out the pylons and the ships coming at you underwater in this green glow. They've gotten much better today, but back then the technology just wasn't very good. So we tended to run into things every once in a while, ships, the Coronado Bay Bridge, and then you just, it was fiberglass, so you bring it back in, and the Master Chief, who was our fiberglass guru, would give you that look like, I can't believe you ran into something again, and he'd fix up the fiberglass, you'd get back in the water.
Did you go on a deployment?
I did, yeah. Did a first Westpac, so I went over to Subic Bay. That's where Naval Special Warfare Unit 1 was in Subic Bay at the time. And the USS Grayback, which was our special operations submarine. So the Grayback had these 2 big chambers on it that used to launch Regulus missiles, and they had converted these chambers to be able to launch the SEAL delivery vehicles. So we went out there and, again, spent a lot of time underway on board the USS Grayback conducting training operations. Once again, thinking we were going to go, run against Vladivostok or something like that. So there was always, and you remember the time, when you were training, one of the things that always motivated you was this could become a real-world mission sometime. If you ever got to the point where you were training and you didn't think that you were going to be able to take that training and apply it in wartime, then I think it demotivated you. But the fact of the matter is, every time we went out on a training op, there was always this idea that, we're going against the Soviets. Or, we're going to go back in Vietnam and get the POWs that might still be there. Or we're going to go do some of the nation's bidding somewhere. And that always pushed you to do absolutely your very best on every single training mission, no matter how hard it was. Even though it was a training op, you wanted to push it to the limits because you wanted to be ready for the real world op.
Yeah, and there was also this, I don't know if it's a specter, but this belief that this real world mission, whatever it was going to be, since it was a little bit unknown, you didn't know it. You didn't know what it was going to be. So it was always like, I need to prepare even more.
Even more.
Because we just don't even know how crazy it's going to be.
Right.
Then how long, so you did one deployment to Subic Bay, and then you got done with that. And then did you get stationed at Subic Bay after that?
Yeah. So I had my first set of orders to the Naval Postgraduate School. And I ended up having 5 sets of orders, of which I didn't execute the first 4 of them because I got pulled out to go do something else. But yeah, as soon as I got back, I guess I had made a good impression on the commanding officer out there in Subic. So I got back thinking I was going to go to a wonderful tour in Monterey, California. And as soon as I got back, the commanding officer says, "Hey, good news. The commanding officer of Naval Special Warfare Unit 1 has asked for you by name, and you get to go to the Philippines for 2 years." And I thought, ooh, this is going to be tough. And once again, it turned out to be an absolutely fabulous tour. My wife and I went out there. My first child was all of a couple of months old at that time. And, we worked hard in the Philippines supporting the platoons that would deploy over. So back then, Unit 1 in the Philippines, the platoons from San Diego would deploy out there. That was kind of our home base, and then they would go from there to other places. But Unit 1 had the responsibility of supporting them. So I got there. I started off as the intelligence officer, and then essentially kind of became the utility infielder, the training officer, and a lot of other things. But it was a great group of guys out there, good mission, and life in the Philippines back then was a good time.
You relay one of these training operations in the book Sea Stories that I would say left a mark on you. You were basically running a training mission. You had a Marine colonel that was playing the role of a hostage. So he was being held out in a jungle camp somewhere, and he's out there for a few days. And then, the SEAL team, the SEAL platoon gets the tasking to go out and rescue this guy. And it doesn't go well. They get compromised, and it sort of falls on its face. But the Marine colonel, Colonel Browse, is that how you say his name? Colonel Browse. Yep. He was like, "Hey, listen, we already did this much. Let's continue to execute the rest of the plan, even though it wasn't great. Let's just continue doing it." So to finish the exercise, they had to move the colonel to an extraction point where he was going to get picked up by C-130s, and then the C-130s were going to take him on a low-level flight. And you're in, what are you, Lieutenant JG at this point?
I'm a JG, right.
You've had this colonel out in the field for 3-4 days, and you say, "Hey, sir, we can get you back to base." And he's like, "No, let's just get it done. Let's do the whole thing." And a little more time goes by, and you say, "Hey, sir, you don't really need to get in this plane. It's not going to be any training value for you." And he says, "No, we'll just do it." That's what a good leader does. Like, they don't just bust out when things are going to get boring. But then there's another delay. The C-130s that are supposed to pick them up they're late. They're delayed, and finally delayed multiple times. And finally you say, "Hey, sir, like, we don't know when this is going to happen. Why don't you just, you and I we'll get out of here. You can go." And of course, he's a colonel. He's got stuff to do. He's got work to do. So he knows that too. So finally, he says, "Look, you know what? You're right. I got to get back to work." And so he doesn't get on the C-130. You don't get on the C-130. C-130 takes off with a bunch of Americans, Australians, New Zealand, some Filipinos on there. And I'm just going to go to the book here. Browse, that's the colonel. Browse and I returned to a waiting Jeep. I shook his hand, thanked him for helping out with the exercise, and watched a young petty officer escort him back to Subic. Exhausted, I jumped in another Jeep and drove home. It had been a long couple of days. Half an hour later, aboard the MC-130, call sign Stray 59, the pilot checked his instruments. Like the rest of us, the preceding days for him and his crew had been long and tiring. Adjusting his night vision goggles, he could see the water just a few feet below him. The water was closer than expected, too close to recover. The tip of the left wing caught the top of a small wave, and in an instant, the plane tumbled forward, exploding in a fuel-injected ball of flame as it violently ripped apart from the impact of the aircraft and the sea. Of the 24 men aboard, 8 crew members and 16 passengers from the United States, Australia, New Zealand, and the Philippines, all but one, Air Force First Lieutenant Jeffrey A. Blome, died in the crash. Life in the SEAL teams always seems to revolve around fate or destiny or the hand of God. Why do some men live and others die? Why were some men saved that day? Did God have a different plan for us? What about the crew and passengers of Stray 59? Surely their families would have wanted them longer in their lives. They were all brave and honorable men, all worthy of a full and prosperous life. I think about them often. 20 years later, as I rose to the rank of admiral and combat in Iraq and Afghanistan became a daily activity, I thought a lot about Stray 59. The role of the MC-130s and their sister aircraft, the AC-130s, became more and more important to our special operations missions. With every plan I reviewed and every plan I approved, I asked myself silently whether the risk to the crew and the aircraft was worth the reward. I can only hope that the sacrifice of the men aboard Stray 59 saved lives of men and women who have no idea that their destiny rested with a plane that took off from QB Airfield in 1981 and never returned. May God rest their souls. Real-world missions and regular missions in the military, there's always some level of risk.
Yeah, and as you well know, there are times when you go left instead of right, and it makes a difference between life and death. You make one decision, and it changes the lives of, dozens of men and women. And this is the nature of life in the teams. And I think back over those 37 years, and I've written about a few of them in the book, but there were more of them. And you've been there where all of a sudden, you have this near-death experience. The parachute doesn't work. You almost get blown up by one of your colleagues. 100 things, but it doesn't happen. You manage to get through it, or it happens and it's over and you've survived, and you go, whew. And you don't spend a lot of time thinking about it. You're like, okay, well, the reserve opened, that's good. Or the guy fired an inch from me instead of hit me, that's good. And that becomes almost a daily, weekly, monthly occurrence, and you just learn to compartmentalize, you learn to live with it. But there was something about Stray 59. It was obviously the magnitude of the crash, and just the fact that, as you read it so beautifully there, I had asked the colonel 3 times because, again, he was an important guy. He was in charge of the office of the provost, and he was a senior Marine there at Subic. He's a great guy. And I had kind of encouraged him to be this hostage. And so in the course of the day...
Which was relationship building.
Which was a relationship.
Because you wanted him to see, hey,
wanted to see how good we were, and then things didn't go so well. But we were actually on the ramp of the C-130 as we were getting ready the third time. And I knew, you've been on these flights, the C-130, the low-level terrain following is, it's a vomit rocket. You're just up and down, and some guys don't handle it very well. And I thought, we're going to do that for 3.5 hours. Does he really need to do that? And it wasn't until we were actually standing on the ramp when he says, yeah, okay, let's go. And then, of course, I got the call about an hour or so later. We had to remuster in the compound there at Naval Special Warfare Unit 1. Didn't know why. And, of course, they were trying to get a head count to find out who was still alive. And you have a lot of those in the course of your career, and you hope you learn from them. And as I pointed out in the book, Man, when I was in a position of command, from the time I was the commander of SEAL Team 3 or the Commodore, or certainly my time after 9/11, you're reviewing these missions, and particularly with the MC-130s and the AC-130s, because, in combat, they want to push the envelope. It's okay to push the envelope, but only if the reward is worth the risk. Because, I wanted to make sure, and it wasn't just the C-130s. I mean, the helicopter pilots, I remember at one point in time, after not my unit, but another unit had lost a helo, and a couple SEALs had been on board, and but the mission they were running, I thought was a little too high risk. I pulled all the warrant officers in that were flying for me, and I said, we're not going to do that. Here's the deal. If I find out that you take off on a mission that is red, I'm going to fire your ass and send you back to the States. You ought to start off every mission in the green. In other words, you ought to have planned it to reduce the risk as much as possible. If it's a really important mission, maybe I'll let you start off in the amber, but we're going to have that conversation. But we are not going to start off a mission in the red. It ain't worth it. If you think the shadow governor of pick a province is worth it, he's not. We'll come back and get him tomorrow. And I didn't know how that would be received by the pilots because, I was, when you start losing guys and losing helicopters, you really want to make sure you're doing things the right way because you don't want to lose any more men if you don't have to. And afterwards, I had a couple of the old salty, warrants come up to me, and they were appreciative of the fact that, hey, here's the line. We are not going to do this. Now, again, missions may go in the red. I got it. But let's not start off in the red. Let's not build, risk into the mission. And I think a lot of that goes back to Stray 59, to realizing that, lives are on the line, particularly in these aircraft, both the aircraft and the helos and everything else we fly around in. But the interesting thing, so when I wrote this, I had no idea where Colonel Browse was. I assumed he had passed away long since, and frankly, the last time I saw him was probably a few years after, so it's probably in the mid '80s. Well, I get an email from his son, who had read the book, and he says, "Hey, sir, my father's still alive, and I'd like to send him a copy of this book." So I reach out to talk to Colonel Browse. He and his wife he's in his 90s, sharp as he can be, and he remembered the story. And again, you're always pleased. He remembered the story exactly as I presented in the book. And but he also remembered the fact that his life changed that day. And that had a big impact on him as well.
And he was a combat veteran from
Vietnam.
Vietnam.
Oh yeah, heavily decorated. He was a hard charge, and this was not an admin Marine. This was a hell of a combat vet. Yeah.
Well, note, if you're out there listening, Colonel Browse, open invite if you want to come on here and talk about your experiences. I'm gonna fast forward a little bit. I'm going to go to the book Make Your Bed again, going to July 1983. Here we go. July 1983 was one of those tough moments. As I stood before the commanding officer, I thought my career as a Navy SEAL was over. I'd just been relieved of my SEAL squadron, fired for trying to change the way my squadron was organized, trained, and conducted missions. There were some magnificent officers and enlisted men in the organization, some of the most professional warriors I had ever been around. However, much of the culture was still rooted in the Vietnam era, and I thought that it was time for a change. As I was to find out, change is never easy, particularly for the person in charge. Fortunately, even though I was fired, my commanding officer allowed me to transfer to another SEAL team, but my reputation as a SEAL officer was severely damaged. Everywhere I went, other officers and enlisted men knew I had failed, and every day there were whispers and subtle reminders that maybe I wasn't up to the task of being a SEAL. At that point in my career, I had two options: quit and move on to civilian life, which seemed like the logical choice in the light of my recent officer fitness report, or weather the storm and prove to others and myself that I was a good SEAL officer. I chose the latter. So, here you are wanting to be a good SEAL, and you tried to implement some changes. You, I guess, swam against the stream. When you look back at that, this is a subject that I've talked about a lot because, there's a book called About Face by Colonel David Hackworth, and at the end of the Vietnam War, he went on a TV program called Issues and Answers and said, we're going to lose this war if we don't change the way we're fighting it. And he was drummed out of the Army in another couple of months. And my debate is always, he was a golden child in the Army at that point and would have absolutely been up for brigade command and division command, and he would have been in charge of tens of thousands, if not more, and could have really influenced the way the war was fought. But he spoke up, and that was it. Made some enemies. And because people, and I work with a lot of businesses, and people, this happens in business where people, they want to speak up. They see something that maybe could be done better, different. And of course, there's always a particular line that I make. Look, if someone's doing something that's illegal, immoral, or unethical, okay, we're not doing that. We got it. But a lot of times, and I wrote about this in Leadership Strategy and Tactics, I called it conform to influence, because when I was in my first SEAL platoon, I wanted to be all hardcore. And so it was me, I was wearing a rucksack on the O course and wearing a rucksack out on the runs. And I was a new guy, and I thought I was being cool and hard and getting ready for war. But my platoon was kind of looking at me like, who do you think you are? Who are you trying to prove? Hey, Rambo. And I realized, I need to be a part of this team if I'm going to have influence over them. Do I want them to train harder? Yeah, I do. Absolutely. But if they don't like me, if I'm not part of the team, they're not going to listen to anything I say. As a matter of fact, I'm ostracizing myself. So I know this is it seems like you went through this situation where, you held up your hand and made a call. I'm going to go in this direction, or I think we should go in this direction, and didn't work out. The other part of this is I always say, if you're doing the right things for the right reasons, you'll win in the end. Yeah. But it sometimes can take a long time before you quote win. And you might take some tactical losses along the way, but if you're doing the right things for the right reasons, eventually things should go your way. When you reflect on whatever went down at that command and the way it turned out, what did you learn from it?
Yeah, I learned a lot from it, actually. And it all, I think, positively influenced me over the years. First, I didn't make all the right calls. There's no question about it. I could have been a better officer. And at the end of the day, the commanding officer has the right to decide who he thinks is going to be, leading his platoons, his squadrons. And I've never really faulted the CO for making that decision. I realize I could have done things better. The command could have done things better. But to your point, part of what I learned was I didn't conform, I think, the way that they had hoped I would conform. And part of it was it just wasn't me. It wasn't a good cultural fit for me at the time. But I think you nailed it when you said, there are times if you're going to influence the people that work with you, better to do it from inside the wire than outside the wire sort of thing. Now, again, back to it's got to be more legal and ethical. But what I also learned was, you're going to have these rough times in the teams or anywhere you go. But that day I went home and I remember thinking, I said, I don't know if I got a career left here. And I don't know how long my wife and I had been married at that point in time, 5-6 years, something like that. And I came home and I said, hey, I'm not sure what I should do. And she said, look, you've never quit at anything in your life. Don't start now. And best advice I could have had. And of course, you got to weather the storm because fortunately, the commanding officer, my paper wasn't good, but it wasn't bad. He didn't crush me in my fitness report. I was picked up by another team right after that, who the commanding officer kind of gave me a second chance. I made the best of that second chance. But, I go to a new team, and of course, the guys know.
The reputation thing, if you don't know, in the SEAL teams and in life, but in the SEAL teams, it's like multiplied and intensified. Your reputation is so powerful. Right. And there's guys that make a mistake when they show up as a new guy and 25 years later they retire and their nickname is still based on the fact that they did something stupid as a new guy. That's right. And everybody knows it. That's when you meet them, that's their name, is whatever dumb thing they did when they were a new guy, when they were 18 or 19 years old.
Well, and this was, so there was kind of this whisper campaign when I got to the new team, and you understand that, and you realize, hey, I got to prove them wrong. I've got to prove that I'm a good officer, and so fortunately, soon after I got to the command, I went on a deployment. It was a good deployment. I did well at the command. I went on to another command, and then you begin to rebuild your reputation, and frankly, never looked back after that. But what it also helped me do was when I got into command, and all of my command tours thereafter, when I saw somebody that made a mistake, when I saw somebody that screwed up, you want to find an opportunity, if they're a good officer, a good enlisted, to give them that second chance, so that they aren't branded with a bad reputation. You put them in a position to be successful, to get over whatever that fault or that failure might have been. And I was fortunate to have an officer named John Sandos who picked me up at SEAL Team 4. Took me under his wing and said, "Hey, I remember you from my time at the West Coast, and let's get back to work." And again, that kind of quickly got me over the hump, and then you never look back. So, when you have the opportunity in a leadership position to help somebody out, to give them that second chance, to put them on the path to be better than what they were, you take that opportunity.
How freaking crazy obsessive were you to do a good job when you got to Team 4? I mean, I can't even imagine if I was in that situation. I was already crazy on trying to do a good job, You must have been just full bore. Like, your wife must have said after another 3 months, she must have said, maybe you should quit.
There was a lot of that, but you also realized you can't overreact. And I think when I got in there at first, I would see things, people, that I thought were slighting me. And initially, I'd kind of overreact to it because I was overly sensitive to it when it was just team guys being team guys. Yeah. Back to the PT circle, you're thinking, was there something hidden in that? And there wasn't.
Yeah.
And so you got to kind of get over that and find that balance that goes, okay, look, you're going to get harassed. That's part of being in the teams. Enjoy the good-natured harassment and don't take it so personal every time. But to your point, it probably took me a while to get over that. I think I had to get past the deployment, and then my next job was as the ops officer at SEAL Delivery Vehicle Team 2, and I had a great bunch of guys there. And again, everything went well, never looked back.
What'd you do for a deployment at Team 4?
So I went down to South America, did a UNITAS. And had a great platoon. And the thing about it was, we just... you kind of lived off the land back then. We weren't as sophisticated. We didn't kind of have the money. So we parachuted into Colombia, spent 3 weeks in some back part of Colombia where most of the day we were foraging for food, literally. So we were looking for drinkable water. I had to send a couple of guys to go to the market to get food because we didn't back then. Yes, you could have brought sea rats, as we refer to them, the MREs of today. But those were heavy. Those were in big boxes, and we didn't want to be carrying that around. So a couple guys would be assigned chow duty while the rest of the platoon went out and worked with the Buzo Tácticos of the Colombians. And then we went from there to Ecuador, to Peru, to Chile, to Brazil. It was a great deployment.
So then you did ops officer at SDV Team 2.
Right.
And then from there, 1989, you're the XO at SEAL Team 1.
Yeah, so from SDV Team 2, I went up to the Pentagon for 2.5 years.
Oh, okay.
And every operator goes kicking and screaming to an admin job. But this one actually probably set me up for success much more so than I would have thought, because you get into the Pentagon, and this was at a time when, again, the SEALs, we worked for the surface warfare guys, the ship drivers. And we worked in what was called Oppo 3 in the Pentagon. But it was there where all the money that the SEALs got for beans, bullets, bodies, buildings, you name it, came through the Pentagon. So I learned, I was a lieutenant, made lieutenant commander there. I learned how to work the system, how to get manpower in a SEAL team, how to get buildings built, how to get money for more ammunition. None of my contemporaries had that experience. So when I left the Pentagon and then went off to be the executive officer at SEAL Team 1 in 1988, as the XO, nobody could keep up because the CO was saying, "Hey, can we get some more bodies here?" "Yes, sir, I know how to do that." "Can we get more money to the team?" "Yes, sir, I know how to do that." And so understanding the resourcing end of it, made you a good staff officer. Now, no SEAL wants to have that moniker on him. You're a good staff officer. But at the end of the day, the good staff officers are what allow the team guys, the operators, to have the equipment they need and the money to go do the training and that sort of thing. Now, by that time, as the 80s and the Reagan years and the Reagan buildup starts, the money started to come. But before that, we in the SEAL team, we were living on a shoestring after Vietnam. I mean, you would go out to Niland, California, which was our desert training area. It was our only training area, and I think they paid you like $8 a day. And you were like, woohoo, $8 a day, that's great. Because a lot of other places you went on permissive TDY, meaning they didn't pay anything. You just went. We always had a lot of ammunition and demolition, but not much else.
What was the billet that you were in up at the Pentagon?
So I was the assistant to the director of what they called Op 37. So 33-7 was the designator for the Naval Special Warfare. Well, actually, I'm not even sure we called it Naval Special Warfare back then. That didn't come along until a little bit later. But yeah, it was a SEAL component in the Pentagon that did all the resourcing.
I know when I came in the military, I thought like the whole idea that you had to pay for stuff just didn't even make sense to me. I thought everything was just free, right? Hey, you need gas, you go to the gas thing at the Navy base and they'll give you the gas you need. It didn't even make sense to me that you had to pay for ammo and that human beings like, oh, you're going to assign people to a SEAL team. They're just people, they show up there. So the idea, that was real foreign to me when people started talking about how much this trip is going to cost. Right. I would be like, well, we're in the military. What are you talking about? So that gave you, yeah, for sure. That's some insight you must have had. You were like a black belt compared to the rest of these guys running around.
Yeah, and nobody wanted to go to the Pentagon, of course, and nor had I wanted to go initially. But again, it turned out to be a great 2.5 years because you learned the system well. And frankly, that served me throughout as I became a commanding officer and a Commodore. I understood how to walk the halls of the Pentagon and how to leverage those resources we needed to get the job done. Yeah,
you mentioned so far a bunch of different relationships that you have had and built, and I mean they shine throughout everything that you write about. It's all about who you're working with, and I've worked with this guy in the past and knew this individual, and we spent time together. The relationships that you build, but not only in the SEAL teams, but then you start talking about relationships that you have in the Pentagon and who you work with there and who you know. There's no possible way to overestimate the amount of ROI you get on having good relationships with people and treating them good and taking care of them.
All about relationships. You're right. It's all about relationships. And particularly after 9/11, you realized even more so because your relationships with the CIA, with the National Security Agency, with the National Geospatial Agency, with the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine Corps, with the service chiefs when I became the SOCOM commander. I mean, you have to build these relationships with the combatant commanders, with up and down the chain of command, because it's the relationships that are going to allow you to get the mission done. And if you have built good relationships, if you haven't burned the bridges because you got hacked off about something, those relationships really pay dividends in combat.
I had my when I was a task unit commander, my 2 platoon commanders come into me, and we're out at Niland, and we've got a bunch of paperwork due to the commanding officer, the serialized inventory and the qualifications of the various guys and all this. And the guys come, we shouldn't have to do all this paperwork right now. This is bullshit. Come on, we're training for war. And they tried to capitalize on my warlike nature by telling me, we're training for war. And I said, hey guys, we're going to do all this paperwork. We're going to get it turned in perfectly, and we're going to do it before anyone else does, because we got to have a good relationship with the boss. And if the boss doesn't think I can get paperwork turned in on time, why is he going to trust me to go out and run operations?
Exactly right.
From there, you go to XO SEAL Team 1. Who was the SEAL when you were there?
Commander Tim Holden.
Okay.
Again, phenomenal officer, Naval Academy graduate, MIT, a lot like Daniel Stewart. I mean, hard as nails. Tim would PT everybody into the ground. Just a remarkable officer. Unfortunately, he was killed in a bicycle accident several years ago, but just a terrific guy.
And you did one operation there, which was the recovery of a Navy aircraft that had crashed in 1948.
Yeah, it was a P2V, so think of the P3 variant back then. And Commander Holden, Tim Holden, had been sent out, as you recall, this was during the tanker wars, and been sent out to the Wind Brown. So I was the acting CO as the executive officer. And George Bush, who had been, I think, initially the vice president and then, of course, became president, had been petitioned by the families of the naval aviators that had been killed in this crash. The plane had never been found. And they had been asking for the Navy to put on kind of a full court press to try to find the aircraft. There had been some speculation where it went down, and this had gone on for years. Eventually, somebody found the remains, but because it was in such kind of a treacherous condition, they couldn't, or found the what they thought was the remains of the airplane, but couldn't get to it. So eventually we get the letter, the president wants us to go recover the aircraft because it's at about 10,000 feet. That's where they thought it was. And they figured we could do some high altitude diving. So as the executive officer, I get tagged to be the kind of mission commander. And it was a unique experience. I took a guy named George Parkhill, who was, I think George was probably a chief or senior chief at the time.
He ran the dive locker when I got to SEAL Team 1.
Yeah, he was the dive master, and that's why I picked George and a couple of other great guys to go up there. And so we get up to this place called first Tofino, and then we have to take a helo out to the kind of the middle of nowhere on the outback. And the place where we think the plane has crashed is in what I believe to have been kind of an old volcanic, area. I mean, it looks like the inside of what you'd think of as a volcano, almost like Diamond Head. And there's a lake in the middle of it where the snow has melted off, and you could only get into this place like for a month out of the year because it would freeze over. And so this was, I think, September timeframe. So we get on the ground, and the helo can't even land, so we had to kind of jump off the helo and kind of get set up. But we're looking around, and there's clearly no airplane in this bowl we're in. But there is off to the area where the sun doesn't hit, so the sun would kind of make its way around, but never kind of quite got to this area. And as you look, there's this kind of, the only thing I can think of to describe it is like a snow tunnel, and it goes up about 1,000+ feet. And it is, it's just an area that's just completely covered with ice. And but we're looking around thinking that the plane is probably in the water. That's why we were sent up to get it. Well, the next day after we get in there, Parkhill goes over and starts chipping into this kind of ice cave, and goes in, and I'll be damned, there the plane is. It is hidden under this ice cave and has been there for 40, 50 years at that point in time. Of course, it is. Because the ice would melt and it would just crush the plane. So there's nothing left but tiny pieces, although actually the 50 cows survived. But so now we have found the remains of the plane, and again, there were some, we eventually bring some of the family out that was fit enough to be there. We did manage to find some bone fragments, and we buried those at the site. But in the book, I tell the story, and I said, you can believe it or not, but it is true, and I'm not the only one to have seen it. As we are kind of burying the remains of this thing, and I say a little prayer over this cross we put up there, and as I get through saying it, all of a sudden one of the guys turns to me and goes, "Hey, sir, take a look up there." And again, if you can imagine, we're in this bowl, and I think it goes up to about 8,000 feet or something like that. And right above the ridge line, I see what looks like a parachute flare. I'm thinking, is somebody shooting parachute flares? And I'm looking around thinking, well, maybe one of our guys is, shooting parachute flares. And nobody's shooting parachute flares. There's one, and there's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and they're kind of hovering up there. And looking around thinking, what in the world? And the guy says, "Hey, sir, how many of those do you see?" And again, it's this kind of glowing orb, and it's just kind of floating up there. And there were 9 of them. And there were 9 victims on the plane. And it was up there for 10 or 15 minutes. They all kind of hovered up. And then one by one, they just kind of went up. So I said, look, you can believe the story or not, but I'm not the only one that saw it. And I've often thought, well, if somebody was firing parachute flares, please let me know, because it was kind of one of those surreal moments, because you are out in the outback where there is nothing out there. But interestingly enough, another kind of story like the Barney Brous story, in that I get a call from a good friend who you would know, Jeremy Williams, and JW says, "Hey, sir, got an Army buddy. We were just having dinner, and I was telling him about your book, and he's going to call you when he gets to San Francisco." I said, "Okay." So he was flying back to Hawaii, and I get a call from this guy. He says, "Hey, sir, JW was telling me about your story in your book." And so I got a copy of it. That was my grandfather that died on that crash. And, oh, by the way, my grandmother is still alive. So I got a hold of the grandmother, and it was just a great conversation, wonderful lady. And I told her, I said, ma'am, I don't know what to tell you. The story I'm telling you in the book is exactly true. My hope is, that your husband is in the right place, and her husband had been a young petty officer in the Navy during World War II, gets out of the Navy after World War II, and then missed the Navy so much, comes back in, gets assigned up to Whidbey Island as a back ender on this P2V, and unfortunately, crashes in the P2V, and I think he was 23 years old or something like that, and. But it was just the connections have been interesting. I mean, the book gets out there, and then somebody reads it, and then makes a connection, 6 degrees removed, sort of thing.
Yeah, that's that whole story it's almost supernatural. That story. There's some other things that you talk about in the book worth reading. So you get done with that, and you do. Is that when you rolled into being a task unit commander?
Right. So then this was right before Desert Storm. So when I left the XO back then, the executive officers a lot of times would go do and be the task unit commander for a deployed SEAL platoon on an amphibious ready group. So it was again, this was 1990, summer of 1990, and I'm with Fibron 5, and so I go off as an 04 as the task unit commander, and no sooner we left in June, I guess, and then Saddam invades Iraq in August, I think. So we were already on deployment, and we were a full-up amphibious ready group. So we became kind of the go-to guys as the rest of the Navy was kind of building the rest of the amphibious ready groups. But we'd already been through the whole workup, so we kind of immediately got tasked to head out to the Gulf. Had a chance to do some maritime interdiction operations, which were a lot of fun, considering those were kind of the first of their kind back then.
That was the big MISH back then.
That's right.
the MEO, the Maritime Interdiction Operations. Those were I did those in, what was it, 99? Well, I guess I did some in the mid 90s.
Right.
But yeah, those were real world. I got to lock and load my weapon. What else did you guys do on that? Didn't you guys do hit some islands or something as well?
Yep. So so we went out there first time in I want to say November, December, and then we didn't know whether or not we were actually going to come into Kuwait. So they sent us back to Subic Bay for about 3 weeks, not knowing, well, are we going to we're going to send a large force into Kuwait to kick Saddam out, and so that was all still up in the air. So they said, look, you guys are the most experienced. Go back and wait. So I think we spent Christmas in Subic, and then we got the word, no, we think this thing's going to go. So they sailed us back out. We went through the Straits of Malacca and the Straits of Hormuz about half a dozen times. So we got out there into the Gulf, and so first back in the November timeframe, we did the maritime interdiction operations on some Iraqi tankers. And then our job was going to be to prep for the amphibious landing. And so in addition to the Fibron 5, they brought what then later became the largest amphibious force, I think, since Korea, 33 ships looking at doing an amphibious landing in, I think, a place called Ash-Shawaiba in Kuwait, with the idea that we would land the force and then begin to engage with the ground force and then push Saddam out of Kuwait. Well, it of course became one of the feints. The idea was we want to hold down Saddam's forces. So it kind of became known, I think, to the Iraqi army that we were going to land a large force at Ash-Shawaiba. So, of course, 2 divisions came, set down in Kuwait to stop us from landing. Well, that allowed the ground forces to kind of sweep around. And so we didn't do the amphibious landing. We did take a couple of islands. We took Falaka Island, which was actually very interesting. Again, a good lesson for me. So Falaka had been bombed for like 100 straight days. There were 1,200 Iraqi officers enlisted on Falaka Island because it was a kind of a key position before you got up into the waterway. And Navy fighters, when they would come back, they'd have to dump their bombs. So for, again, like 90 days or something, they were dropping bombs, ordnance, on Falaka Island. Falaka Island was only about 2 inches above the sea level, and it's just flat as it could be. So the Iraqis at night would, they'd dig trenches and they'd hide in the trenches as we're dropping bombs on them. So finally, when the time came, the Iraqis surrendered in Falaka, and we go pick up these guys, 1,200 of them. and moved them from Falaka to the amphibs before we sent them back to, I think, Saudi Arabia and then back to Kuwait. But interestingly enough, with all that bombing, I think the bombs only killed about 5 Iraqis. Mm-hmm. So it showed, we wonder, how did the Germans withstand the naval bombardment on Normandy, and how did the Japanese survive it? Well, the answer is if you dig deep enough, even 1,000-pound bombs, unless they land right on your head, which is apparently what happened to a couple of these guys, you can survive this stuff. But also the Iraqis, it was interesting to see as I was the colonel who accepted their surrender. Separated the officers from the enlisted. But now I'm on the island for several hours, and I started flying back with some of the Iraqis. And they were, "Hey man, I'm from Detroit. I came back to Iraq to see my parents." Next thing you know, there were a lot of these guys that were American Iraqis that had come back and kind of gotten seconded into the Iraqi army, and were like, "Yeah, I really didn't want to be here. And do you have a cigarette, by the way?" "No, I don't smoke."
That's pretty awesome experience though for you. Yeah. And I know that I was a rare guy that volunteered to do ARG platoons because there was actually missions that happened. The guys that were the guys that were in the SEAL teams that were in Somalia, a bunch of them came off ARG platoons, right. And I was like, okay, if that's where I got to go, and so I volunteered for ARG platoons. But where it really helped me out was then I was working with the Marine Corps, right. And we were, building relationships with the Marine Corps, but just understanding, look, when you're in a SEAL platoon in the 90s, you didn't understand anything about the rest of the military. It was like, hey, I got a 16-man platoon. We'll take on the world. Then I learned, this is a battalion. This is how this is going to work. This is the way we can work together with them. This is the support that we can give them. So it was very useful and very helpful for me. I was a comm guy, so I made all the comms plan and learned how to communicate with all the different forces. It was very, very helpful for me to do those. I did 2 ARG deployments and learned a lot about the conventional forces, which was real lucky. You get done with that, and then now you finally get your time in Monterey.
Right. Yeah, finally, I think the 5th set of orders, I finally got to Monterey, so I went up there for 2 years and set up the Special Operations Low-Intensity Conflict, the SOLIC curriculum, and then ended up graduating from that curriculum. But also took the time, that's when I had an opportunity to write my thesis on the principles of special operations, or the theory of special operations. And Monterey was a great time because, one, I've been deployed for 10 months on the Amphibious Ready Group and frankly been running hard for several years. And my wife, while I was deployed, my wife had our 3rd child. So I came back. My oldest boy had been born when I was going on my first deployment. He was born, and a week later I go on a deployment. Number 2 son was born in the Philippines in Jungle General. Literally, that's what we called it, Jungle General. And in fact, a couple of years ago, when I was the SOCOM commander, we went back out to the Philippines, and I went down to Zamboanga, and my wife got a driver from Manila to go back to the Subic Bay. She hadn't been there in 30-some-odd years. So I'm down in Zamboanga for a couple of days. I finally come back up to Manila to pick her up, and I get into the hotel room, and she goes, "Do you know that John was born in a Quonset hut?" I said, "Yeah." She goes, "It was a Quonset hut." "Yeah, I know. That's all we had was a Quonset hut." And so, Jungle General was a series of Quonset huts. And so, like I said, number 2 son was born there. And then we waited quite a while. And finally, for our 3rd child, we thought, hey, we got this all figured out. My wife got pregnant. I'm going to go on a 6-month deployment. I'll come back, I'll have time to, get ready for the baby to be born. Of course, my 6-month deployment turns into 10 months, and I come back, and my daughter's a month old. It's like, hey, I think that worked out okay.
Worked okay, out okay for one of you.
Yeah, that's right. But then we did get up to Monterey, and that was a good time.
So out there is where your thesis became a book.
Right.
And the book is called Spec Ops, Case Studies in Special Operations Warfare Theory and Practice. I'm going to jump into this a little bit. Karl von Clausewitz, in his book on war, noted the defensive form of warfare is intrinsically stronger than the offense. It contributes resisting power, the ability to preserve and protect oneself. Thus, the defense generally has a negative aim, that of resisting the enemy's will. If we are to mount an offensive to impose our will, we must develop enough force to overcome the inherent superiority of the enemy's defense. Clausewitz's theory of war states that to, quote, defeat the stronger form of warfare, an army's best weapon is superior numbers. In this sense, superiority of numbers, admittedly, is the most important factor in the outcome of an engagement, so long as it is great enough to counterbalance all other contributing circumstances. It thus follows that as many troops as possible should be brought into the engagement at the decisive point. So you start off with that, which people always ask me. I've covered just about I've covered a lot of war theory, and I never cover Clausewitz. And one of the reasons I never cover Clausewitz, or haven't yet, I've covered a little bit, but is because I like Liddell Hart better.
Of course.
And so apparently you feel the same way. Continuing on with your book, no soldier would argue the benefit of superior numbers. But if they were the most important factor, how could 69 German commandos have defeated a Belgian force of 650 soldiers protected by the largest, most extensive fortress of its time, the fort at Ibn Emal, which is a special operations paratroopers landed with gliders on this. And as you just said, 69 German paratroopers took on this massive Belgian force and won. How can special operations force that has inferior numbers and the disadvantage of attacking the stronger form of warfare gain superiority over the enemy? To understand this paradox is to understand special operations. Relative superiority. Relative superiority is a concept crucial to the theory of special operations. Simply stated, relative superiority is a condition that exists when an attacking force, generally smaller, gains a decisive advantage over a larger or well-defended enemy. The value of which the concept of relative superiority lies in its ability to illustrate which positive forces influence the success of a mission and to show how the frictions of war affect the achievement of the goal. This section will define the three basic properties of relative superiority and describe how those properties are revealed in combat. And then you talk about relative superiority is achieved at a pivotal moment in the engagement. Once relative superiority is achieved, it must be sustained in order to guarantee victory. And if relative superiority is lost, it is difficult to regain again. And then you go on to explain what you already mentioned, the 6 principles of special operations: simplicity, security, repetition, surprise, speed, and purpose. And the book, what this book consists of is case studies that describe and show how all these things come into play. So you made pretty good time of your session up there in Monterey.
Yeah, it was, to your point, you take advantage of the opportunities you get. I found studying at the postgraduate school I'd been an operator for 15 years. It was great actually now to kind of get an opportunity to get intellectually engaged, and there were some phenomenal faculty and professors up there. But when I decided to write a thesis, I'd read a lot of Clausewitz, and Clausewitz kind of talks about the principles of war, and everybody has these ideas of the various principles of war. And Clausewitz's point there is, look, the defense is always going to be stronger than the offense, because the defense just has to preserve and protect, while the offense has to impose its will upon the enemy. So that was then if that's true, then why does SOF work? And so I went in there initially looking for the principles of special operations. So I went and visited all these places and talked to all these commandos, but I was visiting. I was in Germany meeting with Lieutenant Witzig, who was at the time he was the lieutenant that led the raid on Ibn Emal, and Colin Kilrain, who was a young lieutenant at the time, who is now a vice admiral. Colin Kilrain was stationed up in Eckenförde with the Kampfschwimmers. So Colin was going to be my translator. And so we linked up and went all over Europe interviewing these guys. It was great. But we get down to talk to Lieutenant Witzig. And it was hard to find these guys because, again, there was some sense that because they had been in the German military, was there some Nazi overtones, et cetera, et cetera. Not the case with Lieutenant Witzig, because he had gone on to work in the West German Army and retired as a colonel. But nonetheless, I think there was always some concern about some of the wartime efforts. But finally, Colin tracks him down. So we go to visit him. And I'm sitting there for 3 hours, and I have created this list of questions for him. And he's a very stern fellow, and was very cautious early on. And so as we're talking, and I'm asking him these questions, Colin is translating them, and he's answering them short. almost bluntly. Doesn't seem particularly happy that I'm there, but he's trying to be gracious. And finally, about 3 hours into it, I turned to Colin and I said, ask the colonel if he's the one that actually developed the plan for how the demolition was going to be used on the surface of a bin of mail. And in perfect English, he says, yes, I was. And we continue on in English for the next hour or so. He'd been vetting me. He wanted to find out whether or not this was a serious, but it was the colonel. So he says, at one point in time, I'm kind of talking about this. He says, so you are trying to develop a theory here. And at the time, I was not. I was just trying to identify principles. And I thought, He says, I think you are working on a theory. You need to flesh out the theory. And so I went back and spent the next year thinking, okay, how do you take not just the principles, but what is the theory of special operations? Why do special operations work when they shouldn't work, based on kind of Clausewitz and a lot of others? And then again, the case studies kind of bore out why they work in certain areas and why they don't. But the study of that paid dividends for me after 9/11, because every single time I reviewed a mission, and I figured at one point in time that I had touched about 10,000 missions over the course of my time as the deputy commander of JSOC and the JSOC commander, where you're either commanding them, you're overseeing them, or you're reviewing them, because every concept of operation early on had to come to a general officer. So I would review every concept of operation as well. And I always ask myself, okay, are we making this too hard? Is it a simple plan, carefully concealed, repeatedly rehearsed, and executed with surprise, speed, and purpose? I mean, that was the essence of this, recognizing that the frictions of war, chance and uncertainty, shit happens, is going to try to knock your plan off this kind of apex that it's on. And the only thing that's going to keep it upright is the courage and the boldness and the perseverance of the men that are fighting to keep this plan upright. And as I would think through all of these concepts, when I'd see it at CONOP, I'd say, no, we're making this too complicated, guys. Make it easier, make it simpler. I mean, I was always trying to get to the simplest approach. You couldn't always get there, but you wanted to do that because you realized the simpler it was, the less chance, the less risk you were going to have, the less chance that things could go wrong. And that was just always, in the back of my mind. And then, of course, the Bin Laden raid comes along, and we adhered to the theory as closely as we could. I said, look, we're going to flesh all of this out. We're going to keep this plan as simple. We're going to go from point A to point B in a helicopter, get on the ground just like we do. We've done thousands of times before. We're not going to make it complicated. We'll get the bad guy. We'll put him on a helicopter and take him home. That's it. Oh, by the way, now we're going to repeat this thing. We're going to rehearse. We're going to keep it confidential so nobody else knows about it. And then when the day comes to do the mission, we will have surprise, speed, and God knows we had purpose. So that was just the way I tended, after my time in Monterey, tended to look at every single mission we did.
You get done with Monterey, and then what's next?
So after Monterey, I went back down to Naval Special Warfare Command for about a year, waiting to take command. And I was a training officer down there for a year, just an admin position, a holding position, if you will, until I took command of SEAL Team 3.
Is that when you did the project where you were kind of looking at the next generation of warfare?
So in between that, it was really when I was the Chief of Staff. So I left SEAL Team 3 and then became the Chief of Staff at Group 1, which, for your listeners, oversees all the SEAL teams on the West Coast. And that's when we really began to develop this idea of thinking different, back to Liddell Hart. Mm-hmm. I mean, it really was, why do we have to do things the way we have always done them? Because even up till 1998, we were still doing things the way we had done in Vietnam. Even the guys on the elite East Coast SEAL teams hadn't developed too much beyond kind of the standard SEAL platoon size. And oh, by the way, nobody else gets in the platoon but a platoon guy. You got to have gone through BUD/S. And it was like, what if you're going to tap into some wire or something? Where is the pencil neck geek guy that you're going to bring along? Well, sorry, we can't bring him along because he doesn't know how to ride in the Zodiac. Put two life jackets on him, stick him in the Zodiac, because you're bringing this guy along. And then, of course, Admiral Olson had taken over WARCOM when I became the Commodore, and he'd seen things work on the East Coast. And so he really wanted to take a look at naval special warfare even more broadly. So how do we have sniper elements? Well, back in the day when I came in, the sniper was in your platoon. The radioman was in your platoon. Everything was inside the platoon organization. Well, then we began to say, hey, yeah, but you're breachers. Well, that's what one of the guys in the platoon was, the designated breacher. One of the guys in the platoon was the automatic weapons guy. One of the guys in the platoon was the sniper. Well, why don't we take guys that do a lot of sniper work and make them the world-class snipers and then world-class breachers? That evolved, and then all of a sudden 9/11 hits, and it went on steroids.
Before I jumped over a part when you were CO of SEAL Team 3. One thing I used to tell guys all the time was if we were doing a water op, I'd say, hey, if you're in the water, it's a real world op. Yeah. Because if you're in the water, you can die, period. And you about died at SEAL Team 3 as the commanding officer up in, what was it, Morro Bay?
Morro Bay. Yeah.
Capsized in a rib.
Yeah, that was not a good day, except I came out of it alive, so maybe it was a good day. Yeah, we went up there. It was one of the platoon was doing their final exercise before deploying. And as you know, the commanding officer generally comes up for the FTX, the final training exercise. So we'd gone up to Morro Bay, myself and the command mass chief. And the platoon was still doing some training. They were going to do the FTX, I think, the following day. And there had been a storm off the coast, so Morro Bay's got this thing that looks a little bit like the Rock of Gibraltar, kind of right in the middle of Morro Bay. But what it does is it funnels the waves. So the storm surge off the coast had created these huge waves breaking coming into Morro Bay. Well, there was a place inside Morro Bay where the SEALs were training, so they were kind of in their Zodiacs doing their regular training. But I noticed as I was getting out to go with the platoon that I saw 2 ribs out there. They didn't belong to me. They belonged to the special boat unit. But I'm kind of looking, thinking, WTF, what are these guys planning on doing? Because I'm looking at 20-foot waves breaking here. And so I'm with one of the SEALs. I said, run me out to that boat out there. So they zip me out there, and I get on the rib, and I'm talking to a young lieutenant, surface warfare officer. I said, so what's your plan here, son? And he says, we're gonna go out through the waves. I said, You're going to go out through those waves? Sir, we've got a plan. I got my senior chief. He's on the jetty. He's timing the waves. We're actually not going to go straight out through them. We're going to kind of cut around near the jetty just as it's breaking. And oh, by the way, all my guys are trained in Kodiak. We can do this. Okay, well, give me a life jacket. I'll go with you. And, of course, there are 2 SEALs in the back of the boat, Tom Rainville and Gino Peluso. And so Gino, who you may know, he's got quite the sense of humor. He's like, hey, sir, come on, let's go. And he said, I didn't have a dry suit on. The water temperature was in the 50s. And he said, yeah, if we tip, you're going to get awful cold. I said, well, then don't capsize the boat. So we're in the back. 3 SEALs are kind of in the back of the boat in the bolster seats back there. And we're all kind of timing the waves as team guys team to do. And frankly, the waves are getting kind of bigger and bigger. And all of a sudden, the coxswain guns it. Whoa! And he heads straight for the wave. And, we hit this first wave. We go straight up the first wave at about 30 knots. And I literally am counting like you do when you jump out on a static line. I go 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000. Bam! Oh. We hit in between the first and the second wave. Well, the bowman, he goes flying off. He's lost one of the engines. Now he does the right thing. The coxswain swings the boat around because we got no choice now. So he guns it to try to beat the second wave. Well, the second wave, as waves tend to get bigger and bigger. Second wave is probably 30-some-odd feet. And he hits it again, and we hit it full speed, and we go up in the air. And this time, I literally count to 5,000, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000. We hit, and it's like, holy shit. Hit, the boat cracks. Guys are thrown out, and now all of a sudden, the wave of the day comes, So the boat is facing the sun, but now we got no power. And that third wave just lifts that boat up, and I can remember seeing it as the boat's getting lifted up, and there's water coming over. It's a 33-foot boat, and there's another 8 foot of water coming over the top of the thing, and it just, bang, throws us right on the back. Well, I'm underneath the boat, and I'm tangled up in shot line. And, shot line is this kind of very thin nylon line. It's wrapped around my neck. I've got somebody's weapon is wrapped around me, and I am completely tangled underneath this rib. And, again, much like, times that you have in the teams, most of the times you can get your way out of these things. And so I'm under the boat, and I'm trying to extricate myself from this thing, but it's choking me, and I'm losing air. And I remember thinking to myself, so this is how it's going to end. Well, I mean, all this time, and I'm going to die under this damn boat. And I remember saying to myself, well, I'm never going to see Georgianne, Bill, John, or Kelly again, my wife and 3 kids. And as I am struggling, again, to this day, and I use the word in the book, miraculously, I'm untangled. That should never have happened. I mean, I was so wrapped up in shot line, in somebody's sling, in the bolster seat things, and all of a sudden I'm loose, and I shoot to the surface, well, now I'm in the second set of waves coming again, and I'm thinking, oh, I'm not going to make this. And there's 2 SEALs who had seen this, seen the boat flip over. They're in a Zodiac in their UDT swim trunks, and they come hauling ass out of nowhere, and they're yelling at me, "Skipper, skipper!" And I can hear them, and I'm thinking, you better get here fast because I'm not going to survive this next wave. And they come, I don't even get in the boat. The guy does a literal U-turn, a slide and turn. I grab the side of the sponson there, hang on, and I can remember the prop is hitting my jungle boots that I've got on. Yeah. And they pull me out of the wave just before it crashes over the top of me. And they had pulled another group had pulled Tom Rainville out. Those 4 guys ended up receiving the Navy Marine Corps Life-Saving Medal for saving my ass, and Tom's as well. But back to the second chances. I mean, it was once again, that could have been the end of my career. And there were people that thought highly enough, and they went back. I mean, they did the investigation. We talked through everything. And the teams, to their credit, when they did the investigation, said, this is what we expect of our operators. The lieutenant who was the surface warfare officer, I mean, we expect them to push the envelope. And a lot of times you're going to have these expectations, guys going to push the envelope, and it's not always going to work out well. So to the credit of the Admiral and the Commodore, we all, from a career standpoint, survived it. Fast forward again about 20 some odd years after the book comes out, I get an email, and a guy says, "Sir, this is so and so, Lieutenant Jones." Of course, I didn't name the young lieutenant. He said that I won't go into too much details, but he said, "I love the story. It's exactly how I remembered it, and just wanted to reconnect with you and say thanks for everything." And he had again, because he had been the boat OIC, and by Navy regs, the boat OIC actually is the guy responsible. But the thing that I admired about this young man is, so he loses the boat, and he's got to see. I mean, one, he does the right thing. He makes sure he's got a head count on guys. He gets guys out. He gets a medevac to the hospital, and he takes immediate charge of the situation. Gets the boat off the bottom, does everything right after the disaster. And you've seen it before. Sometimes guys have a disaster like that, and they're crushed by it, and they can't think, and they can't operate, and they can't take command. This young lieutenant did exactly what he was supposed to do. I mean, sometimes bad things happen, and then you got to you got to man up and get the job done, and he did. And I think the investigation board saw that and gave him another opportunity.
You're, I look at your life and I think, yeah, he's, really had some good luck in his life. But also reading your book, I think, damn. Because one of the next stories in your career was you basically got drawn and quartered by your parachutes, which you had a parachute act. So you take over the what's called Naval Special Warfare Group 1, which is the person that's in charge of all the SEAL teams on the West Coast and all their training, manning, and equipping, and overseeing and giving them guidance. And you go out on a parachute jump for whatever reason, because that's what we do. And you about got drawn and quartered from the story. It sounds like you about got ripped in half.
That's about right. Yeah, so this was a routine parachute jump, and I'm not a good jumper. I'm not a good free faller, but it's something you got to do. So we go out, launched out of North Island on a C-130, and get up to about 13,000 feet, and it's going to be, again, a routine jump. Ramp comes down, and it's one of these kind of Chamber of Commerce days here in Southern California, not a cloud in the sky. I remember, you can see Mexico, you can see the Pacific Ocean, you can see the Strand, and it's like, this is a beautiful day. And I'm, I don't know, fourth in the line of march, so to speak. And so the guys go out, and Jump Master gives me the call. I go out behind these guys, and I'm falling flat and stable. I'm looking good. And there's two guys off to my left and one guy off to my right. And I'm watching this guy off to my right, and he's starting to kind of drift underneath me, and I'm kind of watching him. But then he's stabilized. Next thing I know, the guy to my left is right underneath me, and I check my altimeter, and it's too late. It's about 5,500 feet. He pulls his parachute, and in relative terms, of course, I'm moving at about 120 miles an hour, and he's stopped. I can't get out of the way, and I hit his parachute. And it's kind of like hitting an airbag, I would assume. And so it dazes me, and now I'm spinning out of control. As you know, what I should have done is gotten stable again, looked, checked my altimeter, pulled my ripcord. But, things being what they were, I'm spinning, I'm dazed. I'm like, hey, I just know I got to reach for my ripcord or this isn't going to end well. So I reach for my ripcord, pull it. Well, I'm in a head-down attitude, spinning. Pilot chute comes out, wraps around one leg. The riser comes out, wraps around another leg. Now I'm completely tangled up in the parachute. I remember thinking to myself, this doesn't look so good. So, I'm sitting here trying to get my way out of the parachute, or at least get the damn thing to open. Well, the good news is it opens. The bad news is when a parachute opens, it blossoms. So one riser went one way, one went the other way, and it snapped my pelvis in two. Broke it by about 4 or 5 inches, fractured my back, ripped the muscles out of the stomach that's attached to the bony part of your pelvis, and ripped the muscles out of the legs, and I ended up about 2 miles from the drop zone. Now, I'm always quick to point out, like, this kind of injury pales in comparison to what we saw in Iraq and what we saw in Afghanistan. And the lessons, from the jump were not so much about the accident, but it was really more about the fact that, at the time, as you point out, I'm the Commodore. I mean, I'm one of the senior guys on the West Coast. I'd been in the business for 20 some odd years. I'd had a lot of near-death experiences. I was pretty savvy. I thought I was invincible, sort of thing. And the next thing you know, you're in the ER in the hospital, and you're laid up, and you realize it takes a whole lot of people to get you back up going again. My wife became my nurse because once I got out of the hospital, you got to get shots to make sure your blood doesn't clot. Admiral Eric Olson made sure I was able to stay in the Navy, and back then that was touch and go because you pretty serious accident. Oh, by the way, you're a Navy SEAL. What good are you going to do if you can't walk and you can't run? And team guys, being team guys, they came by, gave me the right amount of harassment, the right amount of encouragement, and it really did take a lot of people to kind of get me up and going again. And it really was about just this remarkable group of folks that we are honored to be part of, and how they took care of me right about the time I needed it.
And of course, that was what, July 2001?
It was. Yeah, so I was laid up and then of course 9/11 happens, and I'm actually kind of recuperating in my house, and we'd wheeled a hospital bed into my house there in Coronado at the naval base when 9/11 was happening, and about a month or so later, I got called to go to the White House. And Wayne Downing, for our listeners, he was a retired 4-star general who had run U.S. Special Operations Command. He got asked by President Bush to be in charge of the Office of Combating Terrorism, which had been newly established after 9/11. And Downing gets a hold of me and says, "Hey, I'd like you to come work for me." And he knew I'd been in the accident. And of course, at that point in time, I can't go back to an operational team as much as I wanted to. And I thought, well, this will maybe give me a chance to heal. And well, I got up to the White House, didn't have any time to do any rehab. You just went right to work. But I had to park on what was called the Ellipse, which was outside the White House. And it was about 600, half a mile maybe into the White House every day, and that became my PT, was getting out of the car and going, man, that's a long way to walk, But little by little, your body heals and you get back to work.
So now you said something that reminded me. So I worked for Admiral McGuire, where I was his aide, not at this time, but one thing that he had gotten when September 11th happened, he was working acquisitions at the Pentagon or something like that. And he told me, his attitude was, okay, not, well, I want to go to a team, I want to deploy, which is what every team guy thinks. But he just said, okay, well, this is my foxhole. Right. Acquisitions. I'm going to get money for the teams. That's what I'm going to do. And that was sort of the same attitude that it looked like you had. It was like, okay, this is what I'm going to do. Going to do it to the best of my ability. You do talk about there's a hostage situation. Was it Martin and
Yeah, Martin and Gracia Burnham.
Well, what was interesting, and get the book. It's fascinating how you put that together. But one thing that I found interesting about it, and it's a good lesson learned for people, is it was something that was kind of on the back burner, and people weren't focused on it. And here you had two Americans that were being held hostage, and like I said, it was on the back burner, and you sort of became a champion for, hey, we need to do something about this. And that had a huge impact. And eventually, a rescue mission was undertaken. Unfortunately, the husband was killed, but the wife survived. But one person can make a huge difference, and you can be a champion for a cause and have a real impact, which is. And it's not like you were the senior guy there or anything like that, but you grabbed onto this cause, you knew it was the right thing to do, and led it. I thought that's a powerful thing to think about.
Well, particularly, I was in the White House, so you are close to the decision makers on these things, and I realized I did have an opportunity. Now I'm a Navy captain, so I'm fairly senior at the time. But when the Burnhams had been held hostage for 6 or 7 months before I even arrived there, and I was stunned, frankly, that the United States, it's not that we weren't doing anything, but I didn't think we were doing enough. And having been in the kind of hostage rescue business, I knew what was the art of the possible. And so there was a thing called the Hostage Subcommittee, which by virtue of my position, I was in charge of it. And it was an interagency committee. But to your point, Jocko, you have an opportunity, no matter where you are in the chain of command, you can make a difference. And I was fortunate enough to be able to get in and brief President Bush and to have the ear of Dr. Condi Rice, who was the National Security Advisor, and ambassadors from that perch in the White House to be able to try to orchestrate something on behalf of the Burnhams. And so it was pretty fulfilling to, again, we were sorry we couldn't get Martin rescued, but I remember I'd never met Gracia, but it was several months after she had been rescued. I was just sitting in my cubicle there in the White House, and the phone rang, and she was on the other end, and thanking me. And it's like, you don't need to thank me. I mean, this is I'm sorry we couldn't rescue your husband. She's a remarkable woman. Her faith sustained her through that year and a half in the jungle. But yeah, the best thing about working in the White House was almost like the issue with the Pentagon. And this really did serve me well, because 2 years in the White House, now I knew how the White House worked. And so when I became Deputy JSOC Commander and then the JSOC Commander, now you know how to get decisions made. You know what the interagency process looks like. You know who all the players are. And in fact, most of the players, a lot of the players that I had served with on the National Security Council staff, then a couple of years later, they're somebody else important. And so you can, back to those relationships, you can leverage those relationships in a positive fashion. So understanding how the White House worked and also the great relationships I had built served me well in a number of my commands.
In between being the Deputy JSOC Commander and leaving the White House, did you go to SOCUR?
I did.
So you did a tour at SOCUR. Was that like your standard 2-year tour?
It was two-year tour, but I was fortunate at the time. I had a great Army colonel that worked for me named Stu Braden, and Stu came to me with this idea that we needed to stand up a NATO Special Operations Force. Well, the folks in NATO, the bureaucrats, did not want to do that. But Stu understood how to make this happen. And once again, I was fortunate. General Jim Jones was the EUCOM commander, the SACEUR commander at the time. We pitched the plan to him, and he supported it. And as a result, we were able to stand up in 2006 the NATO Special Operations Force that today has got 22, 24 countries that are part of NATO SOF. And, of course, they deployed with us overseas in Afghanistan and continue to be a great partner. And a lot of that credit goes right back to Stu Braden and the great work he did.
From there, you go to JSOC. You take over as the deputy commander. And I think you throw out in Sea Stories, you give an example, which I think is it's a pretty important story. There's a mission going on. You're in the TOC, the Tactical Operations Center, and here we go. I'm going to go to the book. This is from Sea Stories. Unbeknownst to me, Lieutenant Colonel Bill Coltrip,
right,
the C Squadron commander and Colonel Jim Hickey from 1st Brigade, 4th Infantry Division had maneuvered farther up the dirt road from Wolverine 1, which was one target, to another small house designated Wolverine 2. As I watched the ISR feed from the West Cam and listened to the radios, the visual and verbal didn't match up. Wolverine 1 appeared reasonably quiet, but the radio calls from Coltrip sounded like they were moving rapidly on a target. It sounds like they're on target, Lee. I don't see any movement outside the house. I motioned to the jock non-commissioned officer who sat at the end of the long wooden table that made a horseshoe around the ISR screen. So you're sitting there watching this thing unfold. ISR is what's the feed that's coming from the aircraft overhead. He was also on the headset seeing what I was seeing, which was nothing. I raised my hands in the universal sign of WTF, and he shrugged and called back, ISR is on the target. I don't know where the squadron is, sir. I hated to call the squadron in the middle of an operation. And that's an important point, from my perspective. I was a platoon commander, an assault force commander in a platoon, and then a task unit commander. And the fact that you weren't jumping on there, hey, where are you at? What's going on? Is I'd say if you've got a boss, you've got at least a 50% chance of a boss that wants to know exactly where you are at all time, and it's not fun, and it doesn't help. And so here you are. You say, I hated to call the squadron in the middle of an operation. It's the last thing any tactical guy on the ground wants, a call from his boss, sitting warm and comfortable in a jock 50 miles away from the action. Still, it was our responsibility to manage the quick reaction force and the medical evacuation if something went wrong on target. That was hard to do if you didn't have good situational awareness of the mission. And the truth was, I was curious as to whether this new lead was panning out. So they were tracking a lead. Somewhat reluctantly, I pushed the talk button and reached out to Coltrip. Bill, are you on target? Yes, sir, Coltrip responded somewhat excitedly. We don't see you on ISR. There was a pause on Coltrip's end. Sir, we are on Wolverine 2, just down the road from the original target, and we have jackpot. Jackpot. Jackpot was the code word, meaning they had captured the objective. At first, I assumed Coltrip meant Case. Is that who you were looking for? But suddenly it occurred to me that the tone of Coltrip's voice indicated something more significant. Jackpot? Do you mean little jackpot or big jackpot? Big jackpot, Coltrip answered. And going, as this goes forward, big jackpot was Saddam.
Right.
So these guys had just captured Saddam. And I was in Iraq at the time. And so we found out really quickly. One of the guys that we were working, one of the OGA guys we were working out with was one of the early interrogators on him and come down, we got him. So as much as I know you were trying to keep it secret, there was, it didn't stay secret very well. It didn't stay
secret long, no.
That one didn't stay secret very long. And there's before we jump in a little bit about Saddam. So when you were running that earlier, I mentioned you were running this project of like looking at the future of warfare and what we could do. And I was part of that. So and there was like 5 of us, and you were basically taking us and sending us to all these very cool, probably some of the best schools I ever went to. I went to lock picking and car stealing and just all these really cool schools to get us prepared to do, like you said, operations from a totally different perspective. And I remember I sat through your brief a couple times, and you would brief, some senior officers, and you'd say, hey, listen, in the SEAL teams, we do direct action, but we have TLAMs now. And so do we really need to do direct shot, or are we really going to have to do direct action missions when we've got TLAMs? And we've got another thing we do is special reconnaissance. Well, are we really going to need to do special reconnaissance when we've got satellites and we've got, UAV capabilities that are coming on board? And I remember, like I said, I was a young guy and thinking, okay, well, I need to transfer to this new format. We're not going to do direct action anymore. I think the next time I saw you, I was in Baghdad. You came down to Camp Jenny Posey where I was jocked up, literally about to go out on my 50th or whatever direct action mission, and I thought it was funny. I kind of smiled to myself, said, well, looks like
we're still doing it.
Looks like we're still doing it, sir. But this mission got Saddam, and then, man, it's a very interesting perspective. I mean, how crazy is it to sit here and talk to you? you were interacting with Saddam when he got captured, and you detailed it in the book. But I mean, just some high level thoughts. What was that like detailing with this freaking horrible, sadistic person?
Yeah, it was very interesting because when we first captured him, I mean, he was pompous, he was arrogant. When Bill Coltrip called back and said, "Hey, we got big jackpot." To your point, you had asked about Case. So Case was the guy we were the facilitator. So we were trying to get the facilitator who we thought was going to lead us to Saddam. Well, they had gotten Case, and then Case had kind of pointed them towards Saddam, and they opened the spider hole. You've seen the picture. Saddam's in there. So they bring Saddam back to Crit, and I'm down in Baghdad, and so now we had a plan. Okay, what do you do if you get Saddam? Well, I had to call General Abizaid, who was the CENTCOM commander. I called General McChrystal, who was my boss back in Tampa, and I had to make plans to. Well, we want to verify that it's Saddam, so I needed to get DNA sent to the lab, the FBI lab, and all that sort of thing. But as all this is happening, the JTF commander, General Rick Sanchez, I get the word. General Sanchez is outside the JOC. I was like, what? I mean, he was the big guy in Iraq at the time, 3-star at the time. And so bring him on in. So Sanchez comes in, sits down beside me and says, Bill, I understand you got Saddam. I said, hey, sir, I do not know that yet. I'm not going to call jackpot until I can see it, till we can verify it. You know how this goes. There were a lot of times we had captured guys who we thought had the right name. The Cunyas were different. The people were different. You call jackpot, then you're embarrassed 24 hours later when it's not the right guy. And he says, hey, no, I heard through OGA that you got him. I said, well, sir, he'll be down here in 30 minutes. You can see for yourself.
I think we both just spotted the leak, huh?
So about 30 minutes later, the helo arrives. Well, I'm busy making phone calls, so I turn to my chief of staff, who I call him, I think, Captain Lee at his request. And I said, hey, go over there. You got to come back, and I'm trusting you to tell me whether you think it's Saddam or not. So he and General Sanchez go over there, and he comes back a few minutes later and goes, sir, it's Saddam. I said, okay. So now I'm calling Abizaid and doing my sort of thing. Well, about half an hour later, I go back over there, and I remember talking to Sanchez. It was kind of one of those funny moments. So Saddam has this big beard, and I realized we got to get him cleaned up because we're going to have this kind of press release and everything. And frankly, it looked like Saddam even with a big beard. I mean, he's got this bulbous nose and everything. But I figured, well, let's get him cleaned up so no Iraqis can say it's not Saddam. So I turned to one of the guys and said, okay, let's get him shaved and get him cleaned up, and then we'll take a picture, and then we'll be able to compare the. So as I'm saying, Sanchez turns to me and says, I don't know, Bill, do we have the authority to shave him? I said, sir, we had the authority to kill him if he was, if he was trying to get us. I think we got the authority to shave him. We both kind of laughed. I really liked Rick Sanchez. He was a good guy. So I go off, make some more phone calls. I come back, assuming that what had happened was some ranger or somebody had gotten the shears and was kind of cleaning Saddam. But why come back? Saddam's got a pair of scissors in his hand, and he's clipping his own beard. I'm like, no, let me have those scissors. Pull those away. And he's like, I was told to get cleaned up. But the next day was the day when you recall the press conference where the ambassador and General Sanchez say, we got him. Well, they hadn't seen him yet. Sanchez had seen him, but the ambassador hadn't seen him yet. So they fly out to our place there in Baghdad and go to see Saddam, and they brought some of the Iraqi leaders with them. And again, Saddam, I've got him now in a jumpsuit, and he's sitting on a cot. But when the Iraqi leaders came into the room, small room, about this size actually, I mean, they are yelling at him, they're spitting at him, and he's got this look on his face like, boys, I'm still in charge here. Sit down. And he kind of motions to him. Guys, just sit down. Don't you know who I am? And I'm looking and thinking, wow, he still thinks he's in charge. He's about to find out he's no longer in charge, So I didn't really want to bring those guys in because I knew this would happen. It would just bolster his ego. So after they left, I talked to Sanchez and talked to the ambassador. I said, sir, that's it. I don't want anybody else visiting him. I am responsible for him now. And call General Abizaid, he will tell you, I'm responsible for him. So here's what I'm telling you. Nobody else visits him. I will take good care of him, but I don't want him, feeling like he's somebody important. So for the next 30 days, I held on to him. And in the room, I had an officer and security guy and a medic or a doctor at all times with him, because he was 6, 7 years old and he had all sorts of health problems. But it was interesting to watch as the days and weeks went on, and he no longer had his palaces, and he no longer had his generals, and he no longer had his handmaidens. He really just became a pathetic old man. And every time I'd come in, I'd go check on him every day. He'd always stand up to want to talk to me. And I would say, no. And I wouldn't talk to him, and it made him mad. And he would talk to the rangers and the doc, and I told him, I said, I don't want anybody saying a word to him. And he would always ask about El Jefe. El Jefe. And of course, I came in, I made sure my stars weren't on and my name tag wasn't on. But he knew who I was. I mean, just by, you come in. So 30 days into it, it was time to move him. And I was really hoping that by this time, the insurgency had kind of blossomed. He didn't know that, of course. And I thought, well, let's see if I can get him to tell the insurgents to stand down. So we had a plan, brought my translator in, and of course, I knew what his answers would be, but I figured I got nothing to lose here. So I sat down with him and I said, look, the war's over here. The Americans have come in, and he just kind of nodded, and I said, but your people are still dying. And, you can do one of two things. You can become Benito Mussolini and be the petty dictator, or you can do right by your country. Now, it's not going to end well for you. You got to know that. But tell them to lay down their arms so we're not killing any more Iraqis. And I knew he'd ask me the question that I thought he would ask. He said, if it was you, would you do it? And I said, look, if it was for the best part of my country, I'd do what it took to save my country. And he looks at me and goes, I don't think so. in Arabic, but it was I knew what he meant. And then I said to him, okay, you're not going to see me again. We're moving you. And he was like, because we'd been taking pretty good care of him. And he was like, uh-oh, this is not a good idea. And so then he starts to get a little talkative. I said, no, time's done. And so that night, under cover of darkness, we moved him to some military police, and they held on to him until the trial. But watching him and his behavior and how it changed when he no longer felt he was in a position of power was, I think, important to realize, that's what you do. Your book back on bullies. At the end of the day, you stand up to the bullies, and if all they had was the trappings around them, they're not the kind of people that are going to be able to stand up to you for very long. And he was a function of the generals that supported him and all of the trappings. And when you took that away, he was just a bully, a sadistic, maniacal,
evil, just evil, pure evil. So you get Saddam, and did you think the war was going to be over at that point?
No, because by that point, we'd seen the insurgency begin to build. As you recall, I got there in October of 2003, and it was interesting. When I got there, the guy I was relieving, it was an Air Force One star who was a deputy at JSOC at the time. I'm getting there thinking, hot dang, I finally got to get in the war. And he says, hey, look, he said, there's some great restaurants in downtown Baghdad. If you get a break, go down. There's this place to get some shawarma. I'm like, I'm sorry, what? He goes, oh yeah. I said, man, the war's over, and we just got to get Saddam. But I mean, everything's kind of over now. I was like, damn. And then a couple of weeks later, Route Irish blows up, and as you know, Route Irish never changed after that. Then we started getting guys ambushed, and again, this was the transition period of the war. So by the time we got Saddam in December, the insurgency was kind of it was moving pretty strong by then. So we knew that it wasn't going to be over anytime soon.
But so I was there too at that time. The last op that I did, well, we did a couple more, but the last big op that I did was going after Yacoubi, which was one of Sadr's lieutenants, and that really made things bad really quickly. So you're the deputy at JSOC, and how are you just doing like a port and starboard in Iraq?
Yeah, essentially, and Afghanistan. So, of course, at this point in time, so this is 2003 for me. We had gone into Afghanistan, kicked the Taliban out, put Karzai in, And then Afghanistan was kind of, for a long time there, it was the other theater that we didn't have much presence there. The only soft presence was a kind of a half a SEAL squadron at the time, and probably some reserve Green Berets from the 20th and 19th Group. Everybody else was in Iraq. So we go to Iraq, but then in late 2003, General Abizaid says, "Hey, look, we need to pick up the pace in Afghanistan. A little concerned about Taliban resurgence, etc." So what we would do is I would go kind of over to theater, and in a 4, 5, 6 month sort of pump, and I'd spend a couple of months in Iraq, and then I'd go to Afghanistan. Then I'd come back to Iraq, then I'd go to Afghanistan. So I would bounce back and forth on the plane. Fly through Al Udeid, stop there, and then go to Afghanistan. Spend a couple of weeks there, kind of managing that. Pop back to Iraq, and so it was just kind of back and forth. And it was supposed to be generally 3 months on, 3 months off. Rarely ended up being that. When I was the deputy, it'd be 4 or 5 months back for a couple of months, back out, and so we just kind of flip flop back and forth. And at some point in time, Joe McChrystal kind of came over and really began to focus on Iraq, and then moved me to Afghanistan. And so myself and the other deputy then kind of began to rotate more and more in Afghanistan. But that took a while.
When did you take over as commander, JSOC?
2008.
Then did you start spending more time in Iraq?
Oh, yeah. So, I remember at the time, we had developed the capability to really be able to kind of command and control remotely at that point in time. We built up the JOC in Fort Bragg to be in a position where the ISR was good enough, and you could have stayed, as the commander, you could have stayed in Fort Bragg, let the colonels and maybe the 1 stars kind of run things, but there's no way that was going to happen. I mean, you got to be forward if you're going to command. A week or so after I took command, I went out to Iraq and then settled down there for 6 months, 7 months, I don't remember what it was. And then periodically I'd bounce over to Afghanistan just to kind of keep things moving over there. And then in 2009, by this time Joel Petraeus had taken over CENTCOM, and he said, "Hey, look, we really need to have you, the JSOC commander, shift your flag to Afghanistan." So then I would say prior to that, it was probably 3/4 of my time in Iraq, 1/4 in Afghanistan. 2009 comes, it just reversed. Then 3/4 of my time in Afghanistan, about 1/4 of my time in Iraq.
You got a section in Sea Stories that I think I'm not going to say there's a typical mission, but I mean there's a little bit of a typical mission. It's what you mentioned already. You do something over and over again repetitively, and I thought this one pretty concise little quote typical mission. Going to the book. In a cloud of dust, the helos lifted off from an airfield in western Iraq, and within minutes were in a tight formation, screaming across the desert just 50 feet off the ground. 2 minutes later, the next call came, crossing the border. A drone flying high overhead captured the scene as the 4 helos crested a large berm separating Iraq from Syria. It was broad daylight, and there was no hiding from view. If the Syrian air defense detected helos, either visually or on radar, they would immediately open fire with surface-to-air missiles or anti-aircraft guns. The Syrians were our allies, but not our friends. 1 minute to touchdown. From above, the 2 Black Hawk gunships took the lead and immediately began to separate, one taking the north side of Gadia's compound, the other the south. They would provide gunfire support for the assaulters. The view from the drone shifted away from the approaching helos and onto the compound. In the large courtyard, 7 men, hearing the noise of the inbound helos, began to run excitingly, looking for cover, grabbing their guns, ready to fight. On screen, Roger Votel responded, watching as the helos came into view. Barely missing the outside wall, the lead helo flared, its nose arching upward, tail rotored down as it stopped in midair and landed hard on the ground inside the courtyard. Shots fired, came the familiar refrain. The operators poured out of the first helo and immediately were engaged by Gadia and his men. The next helo was seconds behind, executing the same aerial maneuver, landing just feet from the first aircraft. Outside the wall, the last 2 helos set down, the soldiers rushing off the aircraft and taking up security positions to ensure that none of Gadia's men escaped the assault. Shots fired. The operators inside the courtyard spread out, sweeping forward toward Gadia, the rounds flying both ways. There was no way out. One by one, Gadia's men fell, and within minutes the fight was over. Cowering, unarmed, in the small tent in the middle of the compound were several young children and a woman. The drone overhead watched as the operators went from dead man to dead man looking for their target. Minutes later came the call. Jackpot. I say again, jackpot. Roger, Votel answered, a smile coming across his face. This mission had been a long time coming. On target, the chaos was subsiding, the gunfire had stopped, but the clock was ticking. By now, the Syrians were aware the Americans had crossed the border. It was time to go. Picking up the body of Abu Gadia, the assaulters exited the compound, boarded the helos, and within 3 minutes were back in Iraq. The total time of the mission, 17 minutes.
But you're right. Typical mission. As you well know, this was... At one point in time, I think we were doing between 20 and 25 missions a night in Iraq with the whole force, not one entity, but the entire force. And they all followed pretty much the same sort of method of operation. That you either went in by helo or you went in by ground assault. And of course, the great thing about Iraq from a tactical standpoint, from a commander standpoint, is you could drive to the objective. If you're in Baghdad or Mosul or pick a place, you drive 500 feet from the objective, the guys get out, the guys put up blocking positions, the assault force comes in, breaches the door, and away they go. And I would go out with the guys periodically, and we'd hit 4 or 5 targets a night. Just not there, not there, not there. And eventually you get the bad guy. And then, of course, the helo ops we use mainly for getting out into Ramadi area and a little further out. But that particular mission, Abu Gadia was probably one of the most notorious facilitators, and we just could never get to him. And he was the guy that was bringing in all the fighters, foreign fighters from outside Iraq, and he would funnel them in through across the border and into Al Qaeda in Iraq, we called him at the time. But he was elusive. And finally, when we finally got an opportunity to get him, I was briefing President Bush on the video, and it was interesting to see. It was great because the president was very decisive, and I was fortunate in the course of my time as both the commander and the deputy. I had both President Bush and President Obama, and I will offer, as different as they may have been from a personality standpoint, they were both very decisive when it came to giving you authority to go get the bad guys. And this one, I remember President Bush going around the table with the Secretary of Defense, Secretary of State, and they all said, thumbs up, and away we went. And again, so I gave Votel, hey, you at your timeline, you go. And he was in Iraq at the time, and next thing I know, 17 minutes. 17 minutes from the time they launched, time across the border, get the objective and back. That was. I remember when I reported back to the White House, they're like, "I'm sorry, what? It's done. It's done.
That's freaking outstanding. That's building a good reputation for the troops, huh? Holy mackerel! In the midst of all this stuff you got going on, you get hit with the Maersk, Alabama, and Captain Phillips. And what's interesting, I remember I used to tell these young junior officers and platoon commanders and task unit commanders, if you think these operations are just going to show up on your door and like, okay, cool, we'll just go execute it, every one of them is like a soap opera to try and get it to put together, and you have to kind of force these operations to happen. And so you've got all that going on, and then here comes this the Maersk, Alabama, and it's great. You got to read the book. There's all these different assets. You got guys moving from different theaters, and guys from the States coming out. You got air assets. You got Navy assets, ships, and logistics for all those pieces. This is a massive operation. And again, I love your tone of voice when you read it in the audiobook. You keep saying it's a lifeboat, like it's almost comical. And I just went to the UDT SEAL Museum in Fort Pierce, Florida, where they have the lifeboat.
Oh, do they really?
They've got it there.
I haven't seen it. I'll have to go take a look.
Yeah, no, it's great. And of course, we got some connections there. So you're not allowed to walk inside, but we got to walk inside and check it all out. You can see all the bullet holes are there and everything. But what I noticed about that, a couple things. Number one, the authority and trust that you had with the guys on the ground, which is the mark of the leader that you want to work for. the one that's not micromanaging, the one that trusts the guys on the ground. General Patton said the commander on the ground is always right. And that seemed to be your attitude all the time. The trust that you had with the guys on the ground, and what was phenomenal. Also, even when that op happened, I remember thinking to myself, man, if that happened in 1994, how much different do you think it would have been? A lot different?
Well, the interesting thing about it, and you characterize it correctly, and the operators don't even understand this, and nor do they need to know this. But I talked about my time working in the White House for 2 years in the White House. So when I became the JSOC commander, I was in a position to be able to understand how decisions were made in the White House and also in the Pentagon. And I had a great relationship with the Secretary of Defense, Bob Gates, and Admiral Mike Mullen, who was the chairman. And of course, we'd done a number of things for the White House at that point in time. But one of the things I used to always do, and I think it infuriated some folks in the White House and the Pentagon, was I would always say, let me pre-position the guys. You don't have to make the decision. You don't have to give me the authority to do the assault. But what I don't want to do is for you to give me the authority and then not be in the window to do it. So let me go ahead and put the guys off the coast of Somalia for whatever we were going to do. And then if you decide to go, go. And finally, of course, somebody said, you do this every time. And you know that there is this kind of predisposition that if the guys are already out there, why not just let them do it? I was like, really? No, I didn't know that. But that was always a little bit of the game, if you will, I played in terms of making sure that I wanted the guys always to be in a position that if we got the approval to go, that we weren't now having to move and then miss the opportunity, because I'd seen it happen before where we waited and the decision was hard, and finally people would say, okay, we're going to give you permission to go, and you go, I'm sorry, man.
Cool, it's going to take me 3 days to get there.
It's going to take me 3 days to get there. And that's what they didn't understand a lot. It's 3 days by the time, not just the guys from the States, but you got to move ships down, and ships don't move very fast, So 99% of the time, I think the White House and the Pentagon was happy that I pushed them to be in a position, but not always. But in the case with the Maersk, Alabama, I mean, I get the call from the Joint Staff that hey, this lifeboat's been taken. We got a captain in there, and hey, you may get called to do this mission. Of course, I kept thinking, it's a lifeboat, but very quickly, I mean, it happened to be over Easter, and it's not that things changed much over Easter, as you know, but I just remember it happened to be that weekend. But immediately, hey, I know what to do. I'm going to get on the video with Admiral Mullen, and I'm going to get on the video with the White House, and we're going to begin to lay out a plan, and I'm going to make sure that the guys on the West Coast are ready to move, because we got to get boats. I've got to get the fleet moving. Interestingly enough, for this, my one time that I was proud, I was a fleet commander for a couple of days, because General Petraeus chopped the change of operational control, chopped the fleet assets to me, even though I was actually in Afghanistan. And of course, what people I think have trouble understanding is my situational awareness. By the time this was going, my situational awareness in Afghanistan was almost as good in terms of the bigger picture of the guys who were on the ground, because I'm looking at it from the closed circuit TV that's on board the ship. We've got a drone overhead. We've got a lot of these assets, so you can kind of see what's happening. Of course, at the end of the day, Captain Scott Moore, who was the commander of the SEAL unit there, he's the guy that's running the show on the ground. But Scott and I are talking, a couple times a day. But yeah, you can't be in a position as the 3-star to be telling, okay, look, I want the snipers in these positions, and I only want the snipers to do that. No, you got to rely on the guys that have been doing this, again, for years at this point in time. They're going to make the best decision possible. That was one of the things that always gave me comfort as a commander, was I knew the guys would make as good a decision as I would make. I needed to put them in a position to be successful. My job was to get them to the point where now they could take action if they needed to, and then let them figure out how to take the best action. Whether that was Bin Laden raid, whether that was the Maersk, Alabama, whether it was 1,000 other missions. Hey, you're the commander. I'm not going on the op. I'm not going to be the guy that's in the line of march. I'm not going to be breaching the door. I want to put you in a position to be successful. I want to make sure you got the right ISR. I want to make sure you got the right, cap overhead. I want to make sure you got the right artillery. I want to make sure you got the right medevac. I want to make sure we're monitoring in a way that's going to make you successful. And at the end of the day, hey, young sergeant, young petty officer, young captain, young lieutenant, whoever you happen to be, you take the tactical end of this, and you'll do just fine. Yeah, you'll screw it up every once in a while. Guess what? We all do. And when that does, we'll take a hard look at why we made the mistake, and we'll make the corrections. And if somebody screwed it up because they really did something bad, we're going to hold you accountable. But other than that, get out and do the very best you can. We weren't always successful. We had some ops that went south on us. But I wouldn't change anything about the way we had set up the organization to empower the guys, at that level to make the decisions and take the actions.
Yeah, I call that the iterative decision-making process. That was one thing that as I was in charge of things and some kind of an operation would come up, or even if it was like a totally tactical thing of what should we do right now, I would always make really small decisions really quickly.
Yeah.
And it made people think I was very decisive because I would make decisions very quickly. They wouldn't recognize how small decisions I'd made, and then I would just adapt and adjust them as needed as we move forward. But I like the fact that you use the iterative decision-making process, taking small steps to actually to make it easier for the boss to make a final decision. Because look, we're already, just all you need to do is pull the trigger. The weapon's there, the sight is on, we're ready to do this. Just say go and we'll go. Similar one with Salah Nabhan. Am I saying that right?
Salih Nabhan, right?
Salih Nabhan. So you talk about, again, these relationships, and here you had Van Hoosier on the ground,
right,
who's like the epic SEAL officer, right? He was in Vietnam as a Marine, and lost his leg due to a parachute accident, and is just a badass.
Right. Nothing stops Pete. That's right.
and here you are. You've got him below you in the chain of command. Well, you've got this awesome trust, and then up the chain of command, you've got Mullen and the chairman of Admiral Mullen, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and he trusts you. So this is how you run this thing, is through these relationships.
Yeah, and it went, fortunately, by the time we were going after Salih Nabhan. So Salih Nabhan was a guy in Somalia, but he had been responsible for 2 embassy bombings. And he was, at one point in time, he was like the number one guy on the FBI's top 10 list. And then after 9/11 happens, he kind of falls a little lower down the list. But nobody could find him. And again, a very elusive guy hiding in Somalia. And then again, our focus had shifted to Iraq and Afghanistan. Well, all of a sudden we get this lead on Nabhan, but we didn't know whether or not it was him for certain. Again, we had an OGA source who said, hey, we think this is him, and if it is him, he's going to be in a blue sedan. He's going to move up and down the beach. So back to that process again, it was, okay, I'm going to put the guys in a position. So we moved a couple of small boys, a couple of destroyers out there, put some Little Bird helicopters on them, and set the conditions so that if, in fact, we had a bead on Nabhan, then we were in a position to react. And to your point about Pete Van Hoosier, so again, interestingly enough, you talk about the distributed command. So I'm in Afghanistan. Pete is back in the States. We are both looking at the same feed. So we had a Predator overhead, a ISR platform. And now, I had briefed this because there had been a lot of concern in the White House that they didn't want to put helos anywhere in Somalia because of the Black Hawk Down incident. And no matter how much I tried to convince them that really it would be okay, we know how to do this, we've been doing this a lot, there was still a lot of sensitivity to that, and I understood that. But we had developed this kind of special bomb at the time that we could drop from a small airplane, but it was experimental to say the least. And so I had been given approval to, okay, you can bring the helos in, but only to confirm that you've killed the bad guy. Don't want the helos in until the bomb has been dropped and you've gotten the bad guy, and then bring the helos in, get the remains, bring it back. Yes, sir, got it. Well, not always that simple. So as the sedan starts to move, and we believe that to be Salih Nabhan, we've got, it's a long road, but there's only a small window of opportunity where that vehicle is not going to be in a crowded area, not a little village or something, because we didn't obviously want to hit any civilians. So the plane gets overhead, we're in the window, but the plane can't get a bead on the weather comes in, nothing's looking right. We can't get the targeting right, and now I'm losing my target. So Pete Van Hoosier's on the other end going, "Sir, come on, we need to send the helos in." And I'm like, I was really told kind of not to do that. But now my target is getting away, and you roll the dice and hope that this is the bad guy that you thought it was. And so finally I said, "Okay, Pete, you got it." And the helos went in, and of course as soon as the bad guys saw the helos, they open up on us. Helos open up on them. That obviously doesn't go too well for them. These little bird gunships, which you're familiar with. SEALs get off. The helos do a quick cordon. I mean, this was right before they were getting to a little village. Pull the bodies out, and all 4 of them turned out to be bad guys, and Salih Nabhan was one of them. And I remember the next day, or maybe later that day, Admiral Mullen comes on the video, and he's very gracious. He goes, "Well, Bill, congratulations. Please pass on my congratulations to Captain Van Hoosier and the guys. Really good job." I said, "Thanks, sir." And he goes, "Now, William," and I knew I was in trouble when he called me William. He says, "Now, William, I recall you briefing the President of the United States that you were going to drop a bomb on this guy, and there were no helos were going to come in." "Yes, sir. Well, every once in a while you got to give the commander a little discretion." And the admiral kind of smiled, and again he said, "Okay, William, I'll let you get away with it this time." And all's well that ends well, sort of thing. But the president never questioned it, and I think Admiral Mullen appreciated the commander's decision.
Yeah, and the amount of leadership capital. I mean, sure, that one might have cost you a little bit of leadership capital, but the amount of leadership. I mean, we just talk about the other op that we discussed there with Abu Ghadia. 17 minutes, and how many, as you said, thousands of operations were conducted that. Look, we all know some of them go bad and sideways, and that's awful. But the batting average of success was overwhelmingly. It's actually incredible when you think about it, and so this op tempo and this kind of being successful on a regular basis and building that leadership capital and kind of, I guess in my opinion, or the way it looks. The final operation that you cover in Sea Stories is the first one that I started off with, which, like I said, it's
been 10 years.
Yeah, it's been 10 years, and if that's not the most famous U.S. Special Operations mission, I'm not sure what is, but it's Neptune Spear, the raid that killed Bin Laden, and you got to the perspective that you give. The intelligence gathered, the preparation, the secrecy. You got one part where you're talking about, I forget who it is, you're talking about, maybe it's your XO or your deputy, or maybe your ops officer, but you're not even telling your ops officer. It's complete secrecy about what's going on, the professionalism in every department. You go through and kind of talk about the decision-making process and the discussion to get to these decision points and the conversations and the relationships between you and Admiral Mullen and Secretary Gates and the CIA officials, and then the president, who has to understand and be comfortable with this. And this is a freaking hard choice to make.
Yeah.
Massive amount of risk, and some other much lower risk in terms of U.S. troops, and to say, oh yeah, of all these options, we're going to take the one that puts the U.S. troops in the biggest risk. Just do an incredible job of spelling that out in the book. The pilots, their skills, and then of course you got the SEALs on the ground, the best guys in the world, the best of the best. What an incredible story.
Well, but there were so many people that had to make this happen. And to your point, great trust from the president on down. But I look back, and I'm always quick to point out about this, and you can certainly appreciate this. We were honored to be the guys that got Bin Laden, and I think the reason we were honored was because we were representing, the hundreds of thousands of soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines, and thousands that were killed in combat and training for combat that had died as a result of 9/11. So, yeah, this was this was the brass ring for us, but it was also an opportunity to represent everybody that had sacrificed so much from Iraq and Afghanistan. But on this particular mission, back to my earlier discussion, I knew my job was to put the operators in a position where they were going to be successful. Unfortunately, early on, because we referred to it as the bigot list, which is a World War II term that says only those people that are authorized to know the intelligence. So when I was brought into this in late January, it was me. And of course, the White House is looking for a plan. And now, fortunately, I had been in the teams 34 years or something at that point in time, and thousands of missions. And frankly, I did go back to my thesis at the postgraduate school, and I figured, okay, I'll present a shell of a plan to the president, and then we'll take it from there. But the plan was going to be pretty simple. We're going to get on a helicopter. We're going to go from point A to point B. We're going to get the bad guy, put him back on a helicopter, and come home. That's it. I had looked at a lot of other alternatives. Could we parachute in? Could we come in by vehicle? Could we, was there other ways to get to the target? But every time I looked at that, I kind of came back to my thesis, which was this idea of the point of vulnerability. At what point in time would you get tripped up? So if we parachute in, you walk into an LZ, and the next thing you know, there's kids on the LZ, and now you're still 15, 16 kilometers from the target, you just ain't going to make it. Same thing if we come in by vehicles, what happens if we get stopped at a checkpoint and everything gets busted? So I decided early on that it was just going to be helos from point A to point B. And that's what I briefed the president on. And early on, it was just me, and I had another captain who was in D.C. that was kind of covering for me. But to your point, I couldn't tell anybody. I couldn't tell my command sergeant major. I couldn't tell my XO. That was it. So my executive officer, a guy named Colonel Art Sellers, who was just magnificent throughout this, and I always say he's kind of the unsung hero. Early on, I had to tell Art, because in my world, I'm a 3-star admiral, and your executive officer is the guy that, he's kind of like an aide de camp, but more so. He's the guy that makes sure that every piece of paperwork comes in that you've got to take care of, you take care of. Anything that's happening, the XO is orchestrating all this. And he becomes your kind of closest buddy along with your aide de camp. So as I told Art early on, I said, Art, something's brewing. I don't want you to ask any questions about it. You just need to do what I tell you, and we'll be fine. He was like, former Ranger, sir, I got it. And Art kind of helped me through all this. We'd move from point A to point B, and the staff would call up and go, where's the Admiral going? Art would say, you just get him there. You will worry about where he's going. Now, the interesting thing was I had been diagnosed with cancer in 2010, and so with chronic lymphocytic leukemia. So the staff was always a little reluctant to ask me where I was going. And when I kept going back and forth to Washington, D.C., they assumed I was going to Bethesda or Walter Reed for treatment. I didn't want to necessarily play on my cancer diagnosis, but I also didn't want to disabuse them of that idea, because it gave me a little bit of cover for action. I could move, and the staff would just say, he's in Washington. And people would say, what's he doing? And they would kind of go, we don't know. But they felt comfortable thinking it was kind of part of my cancer treatment. Finally, the president at one point in time said, well, okay, you've briefed me on this. Can we do it? Sir, I don't know. I got to bring in air planners. I got to bring in the SEALs. I got to bring in more people before I can really tell you whether or not we can do this. So the president gave me about 3 weeks, and that's when I brought the guys in to that undisclosed location in North Carolina, where you read the excerpt at the beginning. And it was pretty funny, because as you can appreciate, these guys have just come back from a deployment. I'm often asked, why did you pick the SEALs over the Delta Force guys? And they think it was because I was a SEAL. And it was like, are you kidding me? You think I would risk this mission based on some parochial nature of who I thought was going to be wearing a trident or not? So there were two commanders I trusted implicitly on the Army side and the Navy side. Unfortunately, for the Army guys, they had literally just deployed to Afghanistan, and the SEAL squadron had just come back. So they were all on leave. So that provided my kind of cover for action, because the team just assumed they were out, skiing in Tahoe or doing something. So I called the squadron commander, and I said, okay, and then, of course, Pete Van Hoosier, the CO, and we move them all down to this undisclosed location. And as you know, we did these kind of sensitive training exercises every once in a while, and you could see when they walked into the room, they were like, you SOB. You called me off leave with my girlfriend to be, kind of showcase something to the brass. And then all of a sudden when the CIA guy said, and we're going after bin Laden. It was like, as you read, it was like, are they serious? And I could see the guys looking at each other like, are they serious? And then, of course, after that, it all kind of unfolded. But again, my job was really not to push it. One of the things I was careful about doing, because as we would meet with the president, we had a number of options. We had a kind of a massive bombing option. Can we take out this thing we called AC-1, the Abbottabad Compound 1? It was a big compound. You've probably seen pictures of it, kind of trapezoid-shaped, 3-story building, a couple of other outer buildings. But that was going to take a massive amount of ordnance to level the place.
Did I hear, was it something like 30?
Yeah, I think it was more than that. It was 50, 2,000-pound bombs in order to level the place. And, of course, the CDE, the collateral damage assessment, was going to actually hit some of the outer lying houses. And we knew there were women and children on the target. So I knew from the get-go the president was, one, we didn't know it was bin Laden. So the president was not going to kill innocent women and children at all. Then we had a second option, which was a more surgical bombing option to get the pacer, as you pointed out, the guy that would come out every day around noon and walk around the compound. Once again, even with the surgical bombing option, we were probably going to kill a couple of kids, and I think the president I know that was just not what he wanted to do. And oh, by the way, we weren't going to be sure if we did either one of those bombing options, how would we know whether it was bin Laden? The Al-Qaeda could have said wasn't him. Unless we had physical evidence it was. And, of course, we weren't going to rely on the Pakistanis because we didn't know whether they had been compromised. So it didn't take long, I think, for the group, the president's small team, to begin to focus in on the raid. And Admiral Mullen was always supportive of the raid, and Leon Panetta, who was director of the CIA, was always supportive. Interestingly enough, and I've told this story before, Secretary Gates did not support the raid. And he didn't support the raid because he had been in the White House during Desert One when the helicopters crashed. And at one point in time, after one of the meetings with the president, every time the president at the end of the meeting would kind of go around the room, okay, where are we now? And they would say, well, I'm for it, I'm against it. And he would turn to Secretary Gates and he'd say, Mr. President, I don't support the raid. And so after the briefing was over, I came up to the Secretary, I said, sir, I work for you. If you don't support the raid and you don't want me to do this, just say the word. I mean, this is your call. And he said something I thought was just, again, fabulous leadership. He said, Bill, I don't agree with the raid, but we've got to give the president every option available. And if the raid is an option, then I want you to do the best you can to plan for it and prepare for it and give him that option. At the end of the day, the president will make the decision. But just because I don't support it doesn't mean we're not going to put that option in front of the president. And again, I thought that was very classy of him and the kind of leader that you would hope to have in that chain of command. But I remember the second to last meeting we had, the president, again, because we were struggling with determining whether it was bin Laden, he turned to Mike Leiter, who was the director of the National Counterterrorism Center, which had been stood up after 9/11. And he asked Leiden to kind of red team CIA's intelligence to kind of check their homework. So the next meeting we were at, which was a couple weeks later, meeting starts end of April. Meeting starts off, and the president turns to Leiter and he says, "Well, Mike, what did you find?" I could tell Leiter was a little uncomfortable. He goes, "Well, Mr. President, we've reviewed CIA's intelligence, and we think the chance that it's bin Laden is anywhere between 60% and 40%." And when he said 40%, I'm thinking, this mission's over. Who in the hell is going to authorize a bunch of SEALs to fly 162 miles into Pakistan to a compound that is about 3 miles from their West Point, 3 miles from a major infantry battalion, a mile from a police station? And oh, by the way, the Pakistanis have nuclear weapons. I mean, who would authorize that on a 40% chance that it's bin Laden? So I told the president, I said, sir, I've got to head to Afghanistan. I'm going to command it from there. If you decide to go, great. I'll have the boys ready to go. If you decide not to go, not a problem. I got bad guys in Afghanistan. We'll just kind of get back to work. So that was on a Wednesday. I fly out to Afghanistan, got there sometime on Friday. And I get a call from Leon Panetta, the director of CIA, and he says, President's made the decision to go. And I thought, wow, that is a gutsy decision. In light of the fact that we just didn't know it was bin Laden, but this is back to the kind of discussion we've been having all throughout this the podcast, is the president had seen, I think, over the time that we'd been conducting missions, that we were mostly successful. He had faith and confidence in us in a way that every commander would hope that their bosses had confidence in them. And we hadn't gotten them all right. I mean, again, when I was JSOC commander, we had a couple of notable disasters, frankly. And but even at that, the president recognized that the failures we had were understandable in light of some of the circumstances surrounding it, and things don't always go perfect. But he had confidence that we could do this. And so the next day, Saturday, the president calls me, and he says he called to really tell the guys, good luck. And it was interesting because, man to man, you can tell, even though he's the president of the United States, he had this empathy. You could tell he understood these guys are about to get on this helicopter and fly into Pakistan, didn't know whether they would come back. Because, of course, we didn't know whether or not was the compound rigged. Because as you saw in Iraq quite a few times, these guys would rig the entire compounds. Was bin Laden going to be wearing a suicide vest? What were they going to be facing? And so as the president of the United States, he understood those risks. And I could tell, when he asked me to pass on, his best to the guys, I mean, he seriously meant that. He understood the risks they were taking. And, as a commander, that means a lot to you. And I did take the opportunity to pass that on. But then I remember he said, well, Bill, what do you think? I said, well, Mr. President, I mean, if he's there, we'll get him. If not, we'll come home. The problem with the if not, we'll come home scenario, which I had briefed the president on, I said, look, if the SEALs get on target and somebody comes out with a gun, it is not going to go too well for them. And as they begin to sweep through the target, which they will, and more people come out with guns, and, Iraq and Afghanistan and Pakistan, people have guns, it's not going to go well. And as they go from the first floor to the second floor to the third floor looking for bin Laden, and if they get to the third floor and the guy we thought was bin Laden turns out to be nothing but a tall Pakistani, this is going to be a disaster of epic proportions. I didn't tell the president that, but he understood that because we had talked about the fact that I told him early on, I told everybody there, if the SEALs get on target, somebody's going to die. You just need to understand that right now. Nobody is going to walk away from this unscathed. So understand those risks to the president and the other team. So he understood that. And again, back to the fact that he had faith and confidence in us. We kept it secret. We kept it simple. And then, of course, the day of the operations, the guys executed it exactly as you would hope they would.
You got a story in, I think it's in the Hero Code. No, actually, it's in Sea Stories. It's the story about where you get in trouble. You get kind of caught by your dad. Well, not caught by your dad, but you get caught. You tried to infiltrate a military. What was it?
Ammo storage.
An ammo storage thing. You think you're James Bond or whoever, and you infiltrate. You got a cap gun on your a 6-shooter cap gun with you. And you infiltrate a freaking military compound with your buddy, and then they chase you out of there. They got dogs looking for you. Yeah. It's like a serious operation. And at some point, you drop your pistol. You get back, and you get away with it.
Get away with it.
Your dad says, "Hey," next day or whatever it is. Dad says, "Hey, there was someone tried to infiltrate. You know anything about that?" And you lied to him.
Yep.
And it seems like you could tell by the look on his face that he knew that you lied to him. You suspected. You went to bed that night. You pulled down your covers to get in bed, and there's your gun. So he knew. You talk a lot about integrity and telling the truth, and I think when you're talking about discussing these things up the chain of command, and it's you got to tell the truth about what's happening, but you develop that kind of trust with your whole chain of command, from the Secretary of Defense to the President, so that when you say something, they actually believe what you're saying. And that might seem really like a insignificant thing, but if you think about what's riding on this operation for America, for the world, if they don't have that legitimate, pure trust in what you're telling them, I can't imagine making a decision, giving the go ahead to someone that I don't deeply and truly trust 100%.
Yeah. You asked me earlier on about my dad, and I think we're all kind of products of our experience. And I was fortunate to be raised by two great parents. But my mom stressed it a lot about the importance of truth and honesty, and she expected me to grow up to be a certain type of man, a man that would open doors for ladies, that would take care of women and children. I mean, she had this this vision of me. I was going to be a stand-up guy and honest and true and all those sorts of things. And you always want to make your parents proud. And this particular day, and you're right, I was 11 years old, and we tried to get into this ammo storage point near Lackland Air Force Base. We got busted, and I dropped the cap gun. And it was a day or so later, my dad was the head of operations, so he was the number 3 guy at Lackland Air Force Base. So the security guys had reported to him that, and they knew some kids. They didn't know who it was, but they knew some kids had tried to break in. And when my dad confronted me, as I said in the book, it's the first and last time I ever lied to my father. And he never, until he died in 2007, he never raised the issue again. And the reason I thought that was interesting parodying is because I carried that burden until he died in 2007. But there was another one. I mentioned my time in the Pentagon. And again, we all, to your point, Jocko, I mean, we all are raised with this idea that it is, of course you're going to be honest. Of course you're not going to lie to people. And you find, that as you go through life, sometimes that's harder to do than it is to say. But when I was in the Pentagon, I worked for a guy named Captain Ted Grabowski. And Grabowski, Vietnam-era SEAL, was a little quirky for a SEAL. Didn't look like a SEAL. He was kind of short in stature, bespectacled, had more glasses. He'd been in a glider accident, and he had a little bit of a limp, and so did not look like your typical SEAL. But I found him to be brilliant, hardworking, incredibly insightful, and he knew the Pentagon. But it was on like day one or the first week I was there, and at one point in time, we're talking about our budget with a 3-star admiral. And I thought Grabowski had this opportunity. We were going to get a whole bunch of money for our ammunition and our SEAL delivery vehicles. And the admiral questioned Grabowski, and he said, "Do you really need all of this money? I mean, can't you take a little slice off the ammunition? Do you really need that many SDVs?" And I thought, Grabowski's going to stand up. He's going to say, "Absolutely, I need that." And much to my surprise, he goes, "You know what, Admiral? You're right. We can cut our ammunition allowance by this. We can reduce the number of SDVs from 6 to 3. And I thought, what the hell just happened? Why did he do that? And afterwards, I'm talking to him, and he says, "Look, Bill," he says, "I've got one rule when you're here in the Pentagon." He says, "Never lie or misrepresent the truth. Because if you lie or misrepresent the truth, somebody will find out and they will no longer trust you. And if they don't trust you, you are of no value to me." And it was a little bit of this kind of philosophical linkage between, it wasn't just about the moral application of being honest. There was a practical application as well, which is if you are honest, if you are trustworthy, people will trust you with their money. They will trust you with their relationships. They will trust you with their lives. They will trust you with the big missions. And it isn't just about saying, well, I'm just not going to lie. Sometimes people misrepresent the truth. They embellish things in a way that is, to their benefit or in a way that will get them the mission. I mean, I knew on the bin Laden raid, there was no way I was going to mislead the President of the United States. And I hope in my time in the military, I didn't mislead anybody, at least not willingly and not intentionally. So it is important, not just because we know it's important to be honest, but because if you're not honest and you're not trustworthy, you can't build those relationships. If you can't build the relationships, you can't get the job done.
How many times had you guys or you seen various units get spun up to go get bin Laden?
Yeah, a lot of times. And that was part of it when I first was approached by Admiral Mullen in Afghanistan. He said, "Hey, CIA's got a lead on bin Laden." I mean, I was respectful to Admiral Mullen, of course, but I'm thinking, I've seen this picture before. We'd had him in the Hindu Kush. We'd had him in Tora Bora again. We'd had him in Pakistan a number of times. I mean, it was like trying to find Waldo. I mean, it seemed like bin Laden was everywhere. I remember at one point in time, we had a lead on him up in the Hindu Kush. It was something like, 14,000 feet or something like that, up in the middle of nowhere. And somebody said, he's hiding in a cave up there. So because the altitude was so high, I could only put 2 guys on the 47. I put an Air Force STS guy and one other guy. And so the helicopter can barely make it up to altitude. And of course, I'm thinking, this is just a wild goose chase. But they came back. And so the young, I think it was a captain or a major, comes to brief me. And he says, obviously bin Laden, he says, "But there were footsteps up there in the snow." And I'm like, really? He said, out in the middle of nowhere, we followed these footsteps into this kind of little cave area. I'm thinking, really? Yeah. Of course, it was not bin Laden. It was something, but it was. So, yeah, we had a lot of leads like that. We had some leads in Pakistan that, I remember seeing, I'll be a little careful about this, but I remember seeing intel, and I looked at it and said, well, that's him. There is no question in my mind, but it wasn't him. Because, in fact, he was in that compound in Abbottabad for probably 5 years and never left that compound. So, yeah, there were a lot of leads out there, but this was the only one that panned out.
What was the timeline from the first time you talked to Admiral Mullins that he said he had to lead and execute?
Yeah, so he approached me in December of 2010. I wasn't asked to come back to the States until either January or February of 2011. So in the February timeframe, I spent a lot of time over at the CIA kind of looking at the intel. And then I think I had my first meeting with the president sometime in March. And then we had a bunch of meetings between March and the end of April. And so April 30th or somewhere around there is when I left for Afghanistan, maybe April 29th. And then got into Afghanistan, and then we launched 2 days later.
And what was the timeline for the boys from that meeting? From that meeting when they signed the non-disclosures?
Yeah, so that was probably 5 weeks, 4 or 5 weeks. So we spent 3 weeks, briefing up, doing all the rehearsals, and then at the end of that 3 weeks, when I went back and met with the president and said we can do this. I think that was towards the end of April. So. I had General Tony Thomas, who was my number 2 guy there at JSOC. I had to stay in Washington, and I said, "Okay, Tony, let's get the guys from the States. Let's get them moved out there now." So Tony, along with Pete Van Hoosier, and of course we had CIA and National Security Agency and National Geospatial Agency and a whole kind of interagency group that went with us. But Tony's got us set up in this little Tactical Operations Center there in JBED and Jalalabad, and so when I came out. It was the guys were set. Everything was ready to go. I ended up rolling it about 20. We were going to launch on Saturday, but there was some fog in the area, and the temperatures were a little high at the time. So I rolled it 24 hours, and then we pressed forward on Sunday.
Like I said, you got to get the book for the details and all leading up to this. But there's one little part I wanted to cover. The mission's actually being executed. So you're in the operations center, and here we go. Inside the JOC, I was getting updates from Van Hoosier and Thompson. The SEALs were still clearing the 3-story house, and the helos were holding their position outside Abbottabad. I looked up at the clock. 15 minutes had passed since the assault began. "Sir, the squadron commander is on the radio," Van Hoosier alerted me. The voice was unmistakable. Deep, calm, in control. "This is Romeo 6-6. He paused, and you could hear a small shudder in his voice. "For God and country, Geronimo, Geronimo, Geronimo." The hunt for the most wanted man in the world was over. We had gotten bin Laden. The JOC erupted in cheers, immediately followed by Van Hoosier's booming voice. "Shut the fuck up," he yelled. "We still have to get these guys home." The JOC immediately quieted down. Van Hoosier was right. We still had a long way to go. I had no sense of relief, no internal exhilaration, no feeling of victory. The mission was not over. And when I read that, I just thought to myself, what a freaking professional Van Hoosier. And you could see, here it is, the ultimate mission, capturing the ultimate bad guy or killing the ultimate bad guy. And everyone's all excited, and Van Hoosier's just on point, just no deviation.
Which he always was. Yep.
Freaking outstanding. And it's interesting too because you call back and say, "Yep, we got Geronimo, we got it done," and then you realize, wait, is he dead or alive?
Well, I had to report back to Panetta. I think he'd heard the Geronimo, and I just said, Geronimo, and then I thought, oh shit, because everybody thinks that this was a kill-only mission. It was not. We had a plan to capture him if in fact he gave up and he was clearly not a threat. And then I realized, I don't know whether he's dead or alive, so I had to call back down to the squadron commander and say, "Geronimo EKIA?" ? EKIA. So there was a few second pause, and I think the guys in the White House, and they were like, "I thought he already reported Geronimo." I said, "No, he's dead." So let's make sure we understand that.
I mean, like I said, you go into what happened after that. It's just an incredible story. I mean, obviously, it's an incredible story. Get the book to check that stuff out. Before I close out the book, Sea Stories, there's one other little section I wanted to cover. It's from a chapter called The Next Greatest Generation. And this section takes place in 2007. We mentioned that you were in Europe for a time. You were in charge of all special operations forces in Europe and Africa, but that means you're actually over in Germany most of the time. And in this part, you're visiting wounded soldiers on their way home from Iraq and Afghanistan. So on the way home from Iraq and Afghanistan, oftentimes the soldiers, the wounded, would stop in Germany at Landstuhl, and you would go there to visit these wounded guys. And you talk about one of these cases here. So you're going in to visit, going to the book. The doctor nodded, and I pushed the door open and entered. Lying on the bed, completely naked, was a young soldier not more than 25 years old. His body was swollen from the impact of the blast. Burns covered the upper half of his torso, and below his waist he had lost half of one leg and much of the other. His face was so badly damaged that his eyes were almost sealed shut and his lips burned clean off. Life-saving tubes extended from just about every orifice in his body, and monitors around the room beeped continuously. "Sir, he can't talk, but he can hear you, and he likes to engage people," the doctor said. I slowly walked up beside the bed. "Hey, partner, my name's Admiral McCraven." I could see him acknowledge my presence. "You look like shit." He managed to smile and reached out his hand toward the nightstand. The doctor grabbed a clipboard and handed it to the soldier. "He likes to write out his responses," the doctor said. Pulling the attached pen from its holder, he scribbled on the notepad, "You should see the other guy." I laughed and he chuckled with me. "Looks like they're taking good care of you. Is there anything you need?" Once again, he grabbed the clipboard and wrote, "A beer." The doctor looked at me and reluctantly shook his head. "Well, I'll tell you what. When you get back to the States, get well, and the beer's on me." He just nodded. I was struggling with what to say. I had been in these situations hundreds of times before, and all you could do is make small talk. Normally, I knew the soldier or his unit, and I had something more significant to offer. I walked around to the doctor's side of the bed. "Is he a Marine or a soldier?" I whispered to the doctor. "Sir, I don't know. I'm just the attending physician. I can find out for you, though." "No, not necessarily. Not necessary." Walking back around to my side of the bed, I leaned over to the young man and asked, "Are you a Marine or a soldier?" He seemed agitated by the question. He pointed to a tattoo that was etched on his thigh. He must have assumed that the tattoo was fully visible, but the blast had burned the leg so badly that only a smudged outline appeared. I looked closely and could see the image of a big red one, the 1st Infantry Division. "You're a soldier," I commented. He grabbed the clipboard. "Infantry," he wrote. Infantry. The toughest occupation in the Army, I thought. The soldiers are always marching, always carrying a rucksack, always in the line of fire. You have to be strong and fit to last in any infantry unit, particularly during war. As I glanced at the young man's battered body, I wondered if he fully understood the degree of his injuries. He noticed me assessing his physical condition, and suddenly a look of defiance came across his swollen face. He rolled in my direction and then wrote slowly in capital letters, "I will be infantry again." So that's, like you said, it's something that you witnessed hundreds of times. And one thing that you write in the books, and I've heard you talk about it as well, is with all these wounded soldiers that soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines that you've gone and talked to, every single one of them has just wanted to get back to their unit and get back in the fight.
Yeah, and you've been there, you know that, and it is remarkable to me. And I think of to your point, hundreds of these guys that I've met, never once did I hear anybody complain. I mean, guys that had lost arms and legs and blast victims, and they didn't complain. Just amazing to me. I don't know if I tell the story in that book, but I've told the story before. When I was SOCOM commander, I went up to to Walter Reed, and I used to do it periodically, same thing when the guys would get back. And
I know I had, before you jump into that, I had one of my guys, Ryan Jobe, who was shot in the face. He was blinded. And I'm talking to him. You know, he's back. I think he's at Bethesda, and I'm talking to him from Ramadi. And, you know, he's begging me to come back. And he says, you know, sir, I'll get my pig. You know, he's a pig gunner. He's a 60 gunner. He goes, sir, give me my pig. Don't worry. I might not be able to see him, but I can smell him. I'll get him. And you know, there's just the attitude. And same thing with the first guy that I had that got badly wounded, a guy named Cowie. And Cowie was, you know, we didn't know if he's going to keep his leg, but he was shot up bad. He's on morphine or whatever he's on. And we'd have been in Ramadi for a very short period of time at this point. And I get to the Charlie Med, the field medical area, and I roll in there, and he's, you know, he holds out his hand, and I grab his hand, and he like pulls me in close, and he just whispers, he's, you know, sir, let me stay. I'll sweep up. Just please let me stay. Don't send me home. And you know, here's a guy that's a freaking incredible athlete, incredible guy, and we don't know if he's going to keep his leg. Yeah. And the only thing he cares about is, you know, can I stay?
Right. Yeah, and this, again, it seemed like, and it was, of course, just the soft guys. You saw it again and again with all the guys that we encountered. But this one particular visit I had up to Walter Reed, I'd come up to see some of our kind of soft guys, Rangers, and others who'd been wounded. And of course, Walter Reed was where we sent frankly, the most seriously injured, certainly the blast victims and the amputees. The burn victims generally went to down to Fort Sam. But I'm up there visiting a couple of guys and talking to them and their wives and everything. And you know how to talk to these guys. I mean, they're guys that are Rangers or Delta operators or SEALs. And that particular day, there were 3 or 4 of them there. And then afterwards, a sergeant major who's escorting me around says, hey, sir, there's somebody else I'd like you to meet. He's not a soft guy. He's with the 25th Infantry Division. And he was in Iraq in a vehicle. The vehicle got hit by an explosively formed projectile. He is a quadruple amputee. And I said, hey, absolutely, I'd love to go meet him. So I go up to the second floor of the rehab center there. And I see the young man standing off to the side, and he's kind of leaning up against the rail. And, of course, he's only about yay big because he's got no legs. And so I come over to talk to him, and I kneel down so I can kind of get eye to eye with him. And I didn't know what to say. I mean, what do you tell a young kid who's lost both his legs, all of one arm, and most of the other arm? And so as I'm trying to make some small talk, I mean, he obviously saw something in my eyes, you know, the pity or remorse or something. And he turns to me and he says, sir, I'm 24 years old. I'm going to be just fine. I never forgot that. I'm 24 years old and I'm going to be just fine. And all he wanted to do was, his unit was still in Iraq. And he said, can you get me back to Hawaii so I can be there when the 25th Infantry Division comes back? So I think we can manage that. And we did. And he was able to get there and meet his unit when they came back.
Well, outstanding. That's you know, again, a lot of the book is obviously focuses around special operations, and as you point out, and as we both know, the sacrifices made by the entirety of the U.S. military is just it's incredible. It's incredible, and the bravery doesn't stay in one unit. It's in all these units, and incredible to see. You end up as the bullfrog in the SEAL teams, which means that you, at however many, maybe you had it for a year or two, I'm not sure, but that means you had more time in the SEAL teams than anybody else in the SEAL teams at that time on active duty.
Right.
How long were you the bullfrog for?
So bullfrog for 3 years.
Wow.
I was made the bullfrog at 34 years into the teams, and I shared it with a guy named Brian Siebenaler, who was probably a captain at the time. But Brian and I had gone through training together. So and Brian was a young enlisted trooper when we went through training. Then of course he went I think he made senior chief and then went to OCS and has a long career as an officer. absolutely fabulous officer, great friend. Hope to run into him while I'm here. So Brian and I, because we had been in the same class, we shared the Bullfrog for a couple of years. Then Brian retired, and I think I ended up flying solo for about the last year of my time as the SOCOM commander. But for the last 3 years, part of this is just longevity. You keep swinging away, and 37 years. But it goes by fast. I had a chance to talk to one of the SEAL classes yesterday. And I said, let me tell you a little story. I said, when I retired in 2014, and I had a chance to be the chancellor of the University of Texas system, so 230,000 kids, 100,000 employees, great opportunity. But I would meet these very successful captains of industry that were billionaires, and everywhere you went, and they were great. They were actually very, very good people. I really enjoyed the folks that I had a chance to meet, but they were all envious of me, and all the money in the world could not get them the opportunity to lock out of a submarine, or fast rope out of a helo, or jump out of a plane from 30,000 feet at night on O2. And as successful as they had been, they didn't have the experiences. They didn't have 37 years of being in a locker room, being with the guys, getting harassed every day in a good-natured manner, and being with guys that were sacrificing and their families that were sacrificing. They didn't have that experience. So I told these young students going through BUD/S, I said, guys, let me tell you something. You still got there in second phase, so they still got a long ways to go. I said, you're going to have those days still left in training where you're going to want to quit. Don't do it. Don't do it, because once you pin that trident on, your life changes forever. And you'll have hard days in the teams. You're absolutely going to have hard days. And like I said, I was fired. I had missions that didn't go well. But when you look back over your time in the teams, whether you spent 4 years or 40 years, you'll never regret a moment of it, because you're going to have friends and stories and adventures that your friends from high school and college and will never have had. And when you're old and gray like I am, and you're sitting in your rocking chair, and you'll be able to look back on that and say, you know what, that was a pretty good run. I wouldn't trade it for anything.
The person that you shared the Bullfrog with,
yep,
yeah, he was my platoon commander.
There you go.
Yeah. You mentioned, earlier today we were talking, and you mentioned something else about the trident, and who owns that trident.
Yeah, same thing. Talking to the guys going through training, I said, look, if you get your trident, you need to understand it's not your trident. It's not Joe's trident. It's not John's trident. It's all of our tridents. You represent everybody that ever wore a trident and everybody that's ever going to wear a trident. So you have a responsibility as a member of this community to wear that trident with honor, with dignity every single day. And I also told him another story about, you mentioned the parachute accident. And after my parachute accident, about a year and a half afterwards, I'm still in the White House, and I go down to Naval Special Warfare Group 2. And the Commodore was having a commander's conference, so all the officers had kind of assembled there. And I'm barely walking well by now, but we're going to do what team guys do. We're going to have a PT in the morning, then we're going to do a 10-mile run. So we kind of break out in the PT circle, and of course it's push-ups, sit-ups, all that sort of stuff. And I'm struggling to get through the basics because I've got my abs are not back, the pelvis is still hurting. But I faked my way through the PT. Now we're going to go for the run. And I think we went out to whatever the Salt Point State Park, not Salt Point, whatever.
Yeah, the state park.
The state park, yeah. But we're going to do 2 5-mile loops or something like that. So we start off on the run, and I hang for all about 100 yards, and then everybody just leaves me. So, but hey, I'm gonna do what I can. So I'm kind of walking, jogging, trying to finish the run. Well, a few minutes later, the guy that's the lead runner, he comes around on the first loop of the 2-mile run, and he sees me. And of course, at this time, I'm a Navy captain. I've been in for 20 some odd years, and he kind of pulls up beside me, and he says, "Sir, what are you doing?" I said, "What do you mean?" He goes, What are you doing? I mean, you're coming off a bad parachute accident. He said, "You got nothing left to prove." And I remember I thought about that for a long time, and he was absolutely wrong. And I told these young guys, I said, every single day that you wake up and you wear that trident, you've got something to prove. And if the time comes that you think you're too senior or too entitled, or that you've done it long enough that you don't have anything left to prove, you're the wrong guy for the job and you need to leave. Because I don't care whether you're an ensign or a seaman or a 4-star admiral. Every single day you wake up, you got something to prove. And if you don't take that attitude, then you're probably not the right person for the job.
Something I wanted to ask you about, because you mentioned it real quick. You were talking about, hey, we had a lot of success, and we sat here and, you and I nodded our head talking about how great, we had been, and the special operations community. And I talked about this incredible batting average, right? And all that. And then, you were saying things always didn't go well. When things went bad, and I've had things go horribly, horribly wrong. And, it's one of those things that really stings. Do you have any advice or any stories where you remember where something went wrong and you had to own it?
Yeah, unfortunately, probably way too many stories. But the one consistent part of when things go wrong is you got to own it. I mean, you have to. You're the person responsible. And what you don't want to do is you don't want to say, well, look, I know I'm in charge, but it was really the young captain or the major or the SEAL lieutenant commander. I mean, it's really, no, I'm sorry. You're the guy in charge. You're responsible. Now, that doesn't mean you got to get fired every time, but that means that you have got to take ownership of the problem. You've got to figure out how to make sure that problem doesn't happen again. You have to hold the people accountable if the mistakes they made were mistakes of laziness or of not being moral, legal, and ethical. Then you have to hold them accountable. And even when they did everything right and they screw up, you still have to hold them accountable. Doesn't mean you have to fire them, but you have to hold them accountable so that everybody understands, look, we got a standard. This is the standard we have to maintain. And if you don't live up to the standard, you are going to be held accountable because lives are at risk. But the first person you have to hold accountable is yourself. And so, most of the time, certainly over in combat, when things would go wrong, I had to go see the 4-star and say, this is on me. Because, and again, this gets back to the Navy mentality, as you all know. I mean, in the Navy, because the Navy has always had this kind of shipboard mentality, and for your listeners, when you are the commanding officer of a ship, you are responsible for everything that happens on that ship. And when you pull away from the pier, the commanding officer is king. I mean, he or she now is responsible for everything that happens. And the Navy understands that, look, if you were the commanding officer and your ship runs aground and you were asleep in your stateroom and the young junior officer who was on the helm or was the officer of the deck failed to wake you up, even though you had told them to wake you up, I'm sorry, that's still on you. Because you created an atmosphere of fear or something where that junior officer didn't feel like he had the latitude to wake you up in the middle of a crisis. So you see it happen a lot, and people say, well, why would you hold the commanding officer responsible when he left orders for that junior officer to wake him up before things got bad? And the point of the Navy is, of this idea, this tradition in the Navy that the commanding officer is responsible, is because then you didn't train them well, then you didn't create the culture for them to do the right thing. Something was wrong when you were the commanding officer. So frankly, throughout my time in the Navy and certainly in the special operations community, at the end of the day, it's about me. Now, fortunately, your bosses know that, hey, when things go south, your job is also to correct the problem. Sometimes the problem is with you. I mean, I think back on a hostage rescue that we had, and I'm always careful about telling this story, but we had a hostage rescue that did not go well, and the hostage ended up getting killed. And unfortunately, the guys didn't tell me the truth about the situation. But I also looked back on this and realized that some of this was on me. Because at the time, as I mentioned, I was kind of bouncing back and forth between Iraq and Afghanistan, and this mission had come up. And normally in a hostage rescue situation, I mean, we treat it like it is a no-kidding national mission, and we are going to do everything possible. But because we were running so many missions sometimes in Afghanistan, it's not that the guys didn't take it seriously, but we probably didn't follow all the steps that we normally would have taken if this had been a national mission. And I think some of that played into why We didn't do the detailed planning that would have helped. Again, would it have changed the outcome? I don't know. But I remember thinking afterwards, the guys on the ground kind of failed to do what they probably should have done, and we held them accountable. I personally held them accountable, but I also kind of had to look myself in the mirror and say, hey, at the end of the day, maybe you should have provided better oversight and asked harder questions rather than deferring to somebody else to do it. But here's one other thing I would offer to you. You're going to make mistakes. And the one thing I tell folks that are learning to be leaders is, particularly in combat, you're going to make mistakes, but you've got to be ready to make the next tough decision. Because if you are afraid to make the next tough decision when the last mission went bad, then you're not the leader we need you to be, particularly in combat. Again, every once in a while I would have a mission that would go south, and I knew we could have done things better. And I realized now the next mission comes along and you say, I don't know, should I do this? Should I not do this? And if you start to doubt yourself, if you start to question too much, if you're afraid to make the tough decisions, then you're putting guys' lives at greater risk. So, again, you got to learn from those mistakes. You got to do the best you can. But as the leader, you got to be prepared to make the next tough decision. And if you're not, for fear of failing again, it's time to move on. And I always found that when things went south, invariably another opportunity would, particularly in combat, another opportunity is not far around the corner. Okay, now let's put our A game on. And you talked about when I got fired. Same thing. When a mission goes south, and now you have another opportunity, man, you double down on everything. You want to make sure you're doing everything you can to be successful and get beyond that bad mission. And that's how people progress. But unfortunately, too many times that things didn't go well. But I'd like to think that the ledger shows we had more successes than we had failures. But I do remember one time on a particular target in a country not Iraq and Afghanistan that I needed permission to take a strike. The intelligence said, hey, I had a matter of minutes before the bad guy moved off target. So, without stating too many names, I get to the 4-star and I said, I need permission from the president to take this strike. In 2 minutes, I get permission back from President Obama to take the strike. So I take the strike, and it's not the right guy. Now, the good news is it was a bad guy. The bad news is it was not the guy I thought it was. And so now the White House comes back and says, hey, the president made this decision and it didn't pan out the way you'd hoped. I got it was a bad guy, but you were getting the president's permission because you said it was this guy. So I said, yeah, mea culpa. And let me explain to you how I came to that decision. And a long story between certain, handheld radios don't have the same fidelity, et cetera, et cetera. But it forced me to go back and say, okay, I just put the chain of command in a difficult position. They trusted me. And I let them down. I let them down because maybe I rushed it too much, trying to get a win, and you have to go back and reassess. But the last thing you want to do is put your boss in a situation where they trusted you and you let them down. I had one mission that went south, and I remember my boss. You don't mind getting wire brushed. When you're wire brush, when somebody calls you up and just rips you apart. I got used to that. Combat, that happens. But I remember at one point in time, I had a mission kind of go south, and the 4-star, when I had him on the phone, I was explaining things. He goes, Bill, I am really disappointed in you and your men. And man, that's a knife in the heart sort of thing. And he had a right to be, but we cleaned it up, got back to business, and then I remember a couple of years later, he and I were having lunch, and he said, do you remember that incident? Oh, yes, sir. I do remember that incident. He goes, you recovered very well, and you did a great job. And again, that's what you want your bosses to say, that they appreciate the work you do.
Well, at the Bullfrog for 3 years, and in what was it? You actually did the commencement speech at the University of Texas before you retired.
I did, yeah.
I was about to say you're a shining example of the fact that the zero defect attitude is wrong, right? You know, you have that zero defect attitude of, hey, if someone fails one time, get rid of them, or if someone makes a mistake, or if they're not perfect, get rid of them. With all due respect, sir, you are an outstanding example of, someone that's, But I don't want to say you had plenty of defects along the way.
But a few mistakes.
But there certainly are. I mean, just so people understand, when you get fired from a position as a naval officer, that can be that oftentimes the end of your career. You can hang on for a couple more years, but that can be the end of your career.
Yeah. I mean, I was blessed with, again, great people who gave me a second chance. And as I said earlier, I think every once in a while we all need second chances. And again, I was fortunate in my career a number of times. I remember we had one particular mission where I went across the border into Pakistan. It was my first mission actually as a JSOC commander. And without going into too much detail, bad guys, we'd been looking at this target for a long time. And my first mission as the commander, and I've rolled the dice. I've always been a bit of a risk taker. So we wanted to go get this target. So we go in, and guys kind of get compromised just as they're coming onto the target. Gun battle ensues. Bad guys get killed, but we wanted to capture them because we knew they had intel. And anyway, the mission does not go well. So I come back, and so now I've got to report back to my boss, who was General Marty Dempsey, who was the CENTCOM commander at the time. So I called him up, and I said, "Hey, sir, here's what happened." And obviously, I'm not too happy about it. Kind of went through it, and he says, "Okay, Bill. Okay, fine." So I hang up the phone. A few minutes later, phone rings. There's General Dempsey on the phone. He says, "Hey, Bill, you sounded a little down." So, "Yes, sir." So the mission didn't go as planned. He goes, "It's okay, man. I mean, missions are not always going to go as planned. And, you made all the right decisions, but as we all know, the enemy gets a vote sometimes." He said, don't let this shake you. You just keep doing what you're doing. And I tell you that my first mission as a JSOC commander, and when the CENTCOM commander has your back, like General Dempsey did, man, I mean, that's when like I said, you need people up the chain of command that believe in you even when things don't go well. And I always hope that when I was in command and officers below me struggled sometimes, I would take the officers and enlisted. I'd take the time to go down and say, "It's okay. Things don't always go well. Get back up on the horse and let's keep moving." I mean, if you got confidence in these guys. Now, again, there's some guys you just got to say, "You know what? You weren't meant to be in this position." And I had, I had to fire a few people too. And some of them, as good as they might have been in training, when it came time for combat, it wasn't. They weren't right for it, and you had to move them on as graciously as you could if they weren't the right guy for the job. But again, I was blessed throughout my career to have people that had confidence in me and continued to give me second chances and put me in a position to be successful.
Early on in my last deployment to Ramadi, had a blue on blue, had a fratricide take place, and it's a freaking complete and utter nightmare. And a friendly Iraqi soldier got killed. One of my guys got wounded. Several other friendly Iraqis got wounded. And the army working in Ramadi was kind of like, hey, like it happens almost. But that's not a very special operations attitude, at all. Van Hoosier happened to be coming through country at the time, and he happened to stop by Shark Base at the time, which was my little base, and he was a Marine in Vietnam.
Right.
And he said, "Hey, Jocko, I was in Way City." And he goes, "And I wasn't." He goes, "I didn't fight in Way City, but I was there afterwards. And it's urban combat, and this shit is hard. And I forget the percentage, but it was a massive third of the casualties in Way City were friendly fire. Yeah. It's going to happen. Square your shit away, fix what you can, right, and you move on." And that was, to me, okay, this is, I'm not the worst loser in the world, which I absolutely felt like.
Yeah,
I mean, it's freaking horrible. And then, a few months later, Mark Lee's the first SEAL killed in Iraq. And, I'm, again, just heartbroken and crushed. And Admiral McGuire, who I was his aide for 13 months, and called me up, and said, "Hey, you got to get back out there.
Yeah.
You're doing the right thing." And that kind of support from these senior leaders at that time, it's a very similar situation for me. But, it's real easy to pile on, right? To say, "Oh, you had a blue on blue. What the hell's wrong with you?" Real easy to do that. It's real easy. "Oh, you lost a guy. What are you guys doing?" Real easy to take that approach. And both those guys, just took the approach of actually understanding what we were going through. Hey, man, we're getting in firefights every single day here. You think we're going to make it through a 6-month deployment and not take any casualties? Like, that's, I don't even know why I would think that. Like, it's a crazy thought. But another good leadership lesson, and it's just, hey, people are going to have things happen. People are going to make mistakes. Things are going to go wrong. What are you going to do? You're going to pile on? Especially somebody that's already freaking tearing themselves up. You're going to pile on. And I had to do the same thing, with platoon commanders. Leif Babin. I mean, he's calling me up. He's calling me up. "Hey, we just, guy got shot. Ryan Job shot. He's hit bad. I don't know if he's going to live. The Army's in a gunfight right now, Jocko. We need to go help him." And I'm like, execute. Didn't run it up the chain. The Army's, we're side by side with these guys, and he ends up losing Mark. It's like, hey, are we going to pile on these guys? Or are we going to support? They're making a freaking hard decision. They're making the best possible decision they can make at the time. And that's what we have to do.
Yep. And your point about decision making is a good one, because the nature of combat, and to some degree the nature even prior to combat and training, you see it, but more so in combat, because to your point, you're having to make hard decisions all day long. You're just not going to get all those decisions right. When I became the chancellor of the University of Texas system, I'm in charge of 14 institutions, very large institutions, University of Texas at Austin, MD Anderson Cancer Clinic. And I've often said, in the States today, some of the hardest jobs in the world are being the presidents of institutions like that, because they've got students, they've got faculty, they've got donors, they've got, all these sorts of things. But every once in a while, there were people outside the system that, well, why did the president make that decision? Why would he do something like that? Why would she do that? And I'd have to say, they make 1,000 decisions a day. 999 of them you don't see because they were good decisions. And now you're going to get on them because they made one bad decision. I got this. You. Thank you very much for your input. But, and I would tell the presidents, look, I've got it. I haven't been the president of a university before, but I've been in charge of things. It's okay. Do the best you can. You're going to make mistakes. I got your back. But if you make a serious mistake, I'm also going to hold you accountable.
And if you're a repeat offender,
right,
that means you're probably not capable of doing the job, and we're going to fire you, and that's the way it works. So you end up retiring after 37 years. I guess there was nowhere really else for you to go. I mean,
it worked. The career worked out okay. Yeah.
And then you'd given that commencement speech, which is I have to check with Echo Charles, my kind of what is it, pop culture guy.
Yes.
Is it safe to say that's a viral speech?
Viral.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
might be even iconic.
Oh, iconic.
Maybe.
You give the iconic make your bed speech.
I like that.
Did you know at what point did you figure out you're going to be the chancellor there?
Yeah, so they had approached me in April about the job, and frankly, initially, I said I wasn't interested. I mean, I was coming off 37 years. I was really kind of ready for a break, and I knew being the chancellor was another stepping into a 365-day a year sort of job. But I mean, my wife and I would talk about it, and she said, "Okay, look, if you could do anything else," because I got asked to be CEOs of this and that, and if you could do anything else, what would you rather do? And I thought, yeah, I don't know. This actually sounds like a pretty good gig. So I've got to have I'm going to have great students that kind of like my troops. I'm going to have a football team and a baseball team and a basketball team, and I'll get to travel around. I mean, it was essentially the same sort of leadership dynamics of being the SOCOM commander, the JSOC commander. I mean, again, you had faculty and students and issues you had to deal with, and I had subordinate commanders, and so it turned out to be a great job. But that was in April, and then I give the speech in May. But it wasn't until so the speech, to your point, I mean, it gets a lot of traction, and then I think it was about June. I decided, I think this is going to be a good job for me. So we agreed to do it, and I think sometime in July they kind of anointed me, and then I took over in January.
You like brushed over the fact earlier that you got diagnosed with cancer, and and in the book you talk about kind of what that, or one of the books you talk about what that experience was like, and it seemed like it was something that you could kind of suppress for a while, but it ended up in 2017 kind of catching up with you a bit.
Yeah, it did. So chronic lymphocytic leukemia. I mean, the good news is it's a chronic cancer, so it is manageable to a degree. But for years prior to 2010, every time I'd get a physical, the doctors would say, "Well, you're anemic." And I would say, "Yeah, well, I'm sorry about that." And I got a job to do. What do I do? And they'd say, "Well, eat more protein, take these iron tablets or something." All right. And then in 2010. Doctor diagnosed, they did a bone marrow biopsy, and they came back and told me I had CLL. But I remember the doctors were more concerned about the anemia. They said, "How do you get up in the morning?" So I get up, I drink a couple of Rippets, energy drinks, I go to work, and because what was happening was my body was storing the iron in the bone marrow, but it wasn't moving the iron. So long runs, you just weren't getting the oxygen into the system. But hey, sorry, you got a job to do. You get up and do. And then when I became chancellor, I could tell that it was starting to get more problematic. I was just finding days I had trouble getting up off the couch, but again, you had a job to do, so you get up and you go do it, and you power through it. Finally, in 2017, it just kind of perfect storm. I'd had a little bit of a virus. The anemia was at its peak, and my doctor, who had diagnosed me in 2010, great guy named Michael Keating, who really kind of, I talk about it in the Hero Code. You go in there, you're scared, thinking that, my career is over, maybe my life's over in the not too distant future. And he said, "Hey, don't you worry about it. We got this. You're going to be fine." And of course, first question I asked is, "Well, can I go back to Afghanistan?" My wife was like, "Really? That's your first question?" So I was able to kind of continue on. But finally in 2017, it caught up. I got some therapy at MD Anderson. They pumped me full of chemicals, and I mean, a month later, all my numbers were good, and I've been, knock on wood, been feeling good ever since then. So,
when did you retire from the chancellor job?
2018, summer of 2018.
And when did Sea Stories come out? All right, I'll check.
Yeah, I better check. I'm not sure. 2019, maybe. So.
Oh, so it's after you retired?
After I retired.
Yeah, okay. That's all right.
So, Make Your Bed was the first one, and that was, I think, when I was still the chancellor. Yeah, Sea Stories was maybe 2019, and then Hero Code just came out.
And so Hero Code, the latest one. Before we close out, what brought about the Hero Code?
I think it really kind of came back to make your bed. I mean, I'm always just like you are, Jocko. People are always asking me, kind of give us more lessons, that sort of thing. But people were asking me, okay, tell me who your heroes are. And the Hero Code, it's not about me. I mean, it's through my eyes, but it's about people that I met or encountered along the way. And it is about the qualities that they had. And I actually, when I first started it, I thought, well, what is a hero? I mean, we kind of intuitively know what a hero is, but I pulled up the textbook definition, and it was actually pretty good. The textbook definition says a hero is someone we admire for their noble qualities. And I like this idea of their noble qualities. Doesn't mean they're perfect, but they have noble qualities, certainly at a point in time when they needed them. So the first story is about courage. And Winston Churchill said something like, courage is the most important of all qualities because it guarantees all the rest. So, you're not going to have anything else unless you first have courage. And the first story is about Ashley White, who was unfortunately killed in Afghanistan, and her remarkable courage. But I go through the book with these stories of these people that I think had the right qualities, the courage and humility and sacrifice and perseverance and this sense of duty. And you read a little bit on the sense of humor. I mean, frankly, and I tell the story about being at UDT 11, but of course, I saw that sense of humor in the hospitals, and this is when it really resonated with me. Back to the infantryman who said, you should have seen the other guy. I mean, how many times did I give some guy, a kind of good-natured banter, and you say, man, you look like shit. That was always the standard comeback. You should see the other guy. And of course, that was their way of saying, hey, I may have lost an arm or a leg, but they haven't beaten me. I can still laugh about this. And so, and then the last one is on forgiveness. And you talk about, what missions went south. Well, this was one that went really south on us. And it was we were going after a bad guy in Gardez. Had some soldiers on target. We thought the bad guy was in the compound. Guys got up on the walls. Snipers looking down in. Somebody comes out with an AK-47. He gets shot. Another guy in a doorway picks up an AK-47. The soldier automatic weapon shoots him, but in shooting him, rounds go through him, and unbeknownst killed a number of women on the other side. And so when the action dies down, they get on target. They can't figure out why the women, by the time we get in there, they are bound. And so frankly, initially we thought maybe it was honor killing. But of course, we didn't, it sounds crazy, but we just didn't understand at the time that, they bound them up so that the jaws didn't open and other things. And so it took us a while to really understand what was going on. But then what we realized as we did the investigation was, hey, one, the two guys with the AK-47s turned out to be Afghan policemen, and the women were innocent bystanders that we had unfortunately killed. I mean, it was the worst of all my time. It was the worst, kind of civilian casualty incident that I'd seen. And we'd had some bad ones, but none quite as bad as that. And I realized, hey, at the end of the day, I mean, it's back on me. So I went down to apologize to the father. And I remember I linked up with some Afghan soldiers and one other Army guy. And we went into this town in Gardez, and of course there are hundreds of angry Afghans. But you got an obligation, So I sat down in this kind of city hall, for lack of a better term, with about 200 Afghans seated there, and I apologized to the father. And I remember before I did it, I had talked to my Afghan counterpart, General Salim, and I said, what do I say to this guy? I mean, we killed his sons and a daughter. What do you say to a guy like that? And Salim looked at me and he kind of cocked his head and he said, oh, he will forgive you. I said, so I don't know. He goes, oh no, he will forgive you. And I said, well, with all due respect, Salim, and he said, he's a good Muslim. He will forgive you. And he said, look, the thing about forgiveness is it not only relieves your burden, it will relieve his burden as well. It will take away his anger, and it will if he forgives you. And I thought, man, that's a stretch. But I got there and sat down with the father, and I apologized to him, and I could see the look in his eye, and they forgave me. And this idea of forgiveness, particularly today, it seems like everybody today gets easily offended. Everybody gets slighted, and they want to hold on to that anger. They don't want to forgive people for whatever that slight was, because the anger empowers them to be mad. It empowers them to fight back. And they feel like if they let that anger go, if they forgive that individual, then they don't get to be the person that holds the power. And I think that's just absolutely the wrong way to approach it. The whole thing about forgiveness, I tell the story about the white supremacist Dylann Roof that killed all the people at the Baptist church, and the families went up one by one and said, I forgive you. I forgive you. And the point was they were not going to hold on to that anger. They were not going to kind of bear that burden. So today, as we look at society and we wonder why everybody gets so offended, I would offer take the opportunity to try to forgive the people that offend you. Some of them are big offenses, some of them are little ones. But I think as a society, we can do a little better than every single slight, every single misstep somebody takes. You don't have to hold on to that anger. You don't have to fight back. You can forgive people.
Oh, it takes a lot more strength to forgive someone than it does to hold a grudge.
It absolutely does.
I often worry because sometimes we have whole sections of society or countries or peoples that have a grudge, and I look at it as two parts. Like you need one side needs to say I'm sorry, and
right.
The other side needs to forgive.
Right.
And it's very difficult to get two human beings, just two human beings, to do that. And when you have, a collective lot of grievances from two different opposing sides, we have a hard time making that progress. That's the latest book. the hero code. And as you and I were talking as we started off, I've written these kids books, and the kids books have a code, the Warrior Kid Code, and I mean it's just the similarities are awesome. It's awesome to see. I know you didn't read this, but it talks about humility and staying calm and treating people with respect and trying to help and protect people, and it's just these are the things that we need to do. And I appreciate the fact that you put this latest book out to give people a little guidance, a little something to strive for. With that, it's only been about 4 hours. Echo, you got anything?
Oddly, no, I don't. I think we covered it.
He's usually throws a curveball question at the end, so you're getting off easy. Anything else before we close out?
Yeah. I want to thank you, Jocko. You have represented the community with such dignity, such honor. I love what you're doing. I love what you're doing with the podcast. I love what you're doing with your life. I love how you are engaging with the community around you. It is important for us, particularly at this time. The community has had its ups and downs. We're in a little bit of a trough now, but we need great folks like you to continue to be the sort of representatives that people can look up to. And so, frankly, I want to take time to thank you for the great work you've done, the great example you have set for not just the new young kids that are going to be SEALs someday, but frankly for everybody you come in contact with. That's incredibly valuable nowadays. So thanks.
Well, I certainly appreciate that. I can guarantee you that there's the only reason I'm here is because of what the community gave to me and the people that I was able to follow and emulate. And it's just it's an honor to be sitting here talking to you, and thanks for coming on today.
My pleasure.
And more important, thank you for your service to the Navy, to Special Operations, and first and foremost to our great nation. And then, somewhat selfishly, thank you for what you did for the teams. Thank you for leading me and my fellow frogmen, and for setting an example that will forever guide our conduct, our character, and our ethos.
It was my honor. Thanks.
And with that, Admiral McRaven has left the building. So, Echo?
Yes.
You had no questions, which is kind of surprising.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Did you start connecting the dots on who was in the room?
Yeah, more so. The thing is, I already knew.
Okay.
And, it depends on what you mean by knew, right? But, yeah, I knew and I heard, and, I am familiar with Admiral McRaven.
Okay. So you had connected the dots.
Yeah, but not all of them, though.
Okay.
And it's crazy to just hear them all. Like the Saddam Hussein one, I didn't connect those dots before. The Captain Phillips one, I did not know either. Mm-hmm. But
so you'd connected one out of
one
dots.
dot.
As far as some of the most important special operations. So awesome to have him on here and to be able to hear some of those stories and thoughts. So, Admiral Craven, thank you so much for coming on. And what does this mean for us? Well, it means we can do a little bit more. It means we can certainly, we have work to do. Yeah. The work that we have to do starts with us in order to get better, in order to move in the right direction. Echo Charles.
Yes, sir. He said something that I feel like I'm going to kind of take this with him. Well, a lot of things, obviously, but one that really stood out is, and he said it twice, maybe 3 times, where he's like, my job is to set you up for success, right? Put you in a position where you can succeed, right? That was his deal. It's like, man, that's a good way to put it right there, because you know how you always talk about, hey, don't micromanage, don't, you want to let your team lead, how you put it. And it's like, yeah, because you can apply that to yourself as well. Like, bro, set yourself up for some success, man.
Sounds like a good plan.
Go learn some stuff.
Yeah.
Go work out.
100%. That's a great analogy. And I thought you were going to say, when he was talking about the guy's like, hey, sir, you got nothing to prove.
Oh, yeah,
And he says, no, you're wrong, actually. You got something to prove every day.
Yeah.
And it's interesting, something I used to talk about to the young SEAL officers is I would say, you have nothing to prove, but everything to prove. Because sometimes they think they got to prove that they're in charge, so they start barking orders at people and, you know, we're going to use my plan and all that other stuff. And you don't have to prove that you're in charge. We know you're in charge. You're the officer. You're literally called the officer in charge. You don't need to prove that. But you do need to prove. You got a lot to prove.
Yeah. It's like that always struck me as a beware of complacency or resting on your laurels. You know how you know, someone who has the overstated attitude of I don't have anything to prove, when it's like too much of that, right? Little off balance of the dichotomy kind of thing. It's kind of like they did something awesome and then they sort of ride it out and then they still think they should get kind of the cred for it, like 100 years later or whatever. And it's like, hey, like that's cool that you did that, but bro, recently you've been kind of doing nothing. Kind of an added, you know. So that's what that always struck me as, where it's like you always have something to prove. Like, don't be like, oh yeah, you should like keep respecting me this much for like one thing I did yesterday.
Yeah. Well, you know, 37 years for him in the SEAL teams, in the military. And again, what's I think is important is, as he said, look, there's so many people that have done so much work to protect America. And everybody from, you know, obviously the SEAL teams, but just, you know, we talked about the infantrymen, we talk about everybody. There's so much people that work so hard to protect freedom. So I feel like, you know, you have a guy that's a 4-star admiral on, and of course you're going to talk about what his experiences were, and you know, he's going to give you his perspective. But, you know, I tried to point out in the beginning, Admiral McRaven was always connected to the guys on the front lines and the people that are out there making it happen. So, awesome. So we need to set ourselves up for success, is what you were saying before I went on a little.
Yes, sir.
What do we got? How can we set ourselves up for success?
Well, big things and small things. And then a lot of us, you know, we're not going to be admirals, straight up. I'm not going to be admiral. It's very unlikely. We'll just say that.
Okay.
So I'm going to do maybe my small little part to set myself up for success.
Okay.
Just my small little part.
In your world.
In my world, exactly right. So what does that look like for me? And I think others too. So this is the good news about this kind of stuff is that it's achievable by anyone. Just take a few little steps, set yourself up for success. So what are we doing? We're reading more. We're working out more, keeping ourselves physically and mentally capable. That's what it is. An opportunity presents itself. You want to be physically and mentally capable, or you want to be physically and mentally incapable? That's the question.
Is this a question for me?
Yeah.
We want to be capable.
Kind of rhetorical,
Yeah,
right?
very
Kind of
rhetorical.
obvious question. So we do that through working out. We do that through reading, paying attention, and listening. That's a big one. A lot of us don't do that much anymore. Pay attention and listen. Trust me. Kind of like you're not really listening to me right now.
Barely,
you see
barely
what I'm
hanging
saying now.
on.
So you see what I'm saying. Anyway, on this path that we're doing all this, we do need supplementation. So good news. We're gonna start with energy drinks. I'm calling it energy drinks. It's a new wave of energy drinks.
Do you think that these energy drinks that we have created are going to make all other energy drinks obsolete?
It has the potential to do that. As of right now, hey, this is kind of a new thing technically, you know.
But it seems like that's a pretty obvious course.
That seems like the
People are looking at
trajectory.
the dinosaurs, we'll say, and thinking, oh, this dinosaur, it tastes okay and it gives me energy for an hour, but then I ruined my health and I feel like crap.
Yeah.
And then they look over at Can of Discipline Go and they go, oh, this makes me feel really good, and it's actually good for me.
Yeah.
This is how the old energy drink dinosaurs are going to go extinct.
Yes.
They're going extinct.
That's
my
and
prediction.
seems like the current
The
trajectory.
freaking big comet just hit, or whatever it was. What killed the dinosaurs? Was it a volcano?
No, I think it was an asteroid. Oh, you know, that's the current thing. I
The
wasn't
asteroid,
there, but-
the asteroid just hit the other energy drinks in the form of Jocko Discipline. Go.
Oh yeah,
And
so
they're going down.
just anticipating fallout on that one.
Fallout. They're starving. They're dying.
So yeah, so that's what's going on. Boom, new energy drink. No stigma on this one.
No.
No sugar, sweetened with monk fruit. No unhealthy preservatives. No toxic chemicals. None.
No preservatives whatsoever.
Yeah.
It's pasteurized.
Yep. Boom. Boom, and it tastes good. So boom, this thing is good for you straight out. All upside, no downside. Short-term and long-term benefits. Boom.
Strategic and tactical. Victories.
Discipline Go. There's also Discipline Go in powder and capsule format. Don't forget about that one. Also, we got stuff for your joints. Keep your joints in the game. Don't have to worry about that anymore. Yesterday I did squats. You did squats when? Monday, right? Or something like this.
Yeah, I think it was.
So I always think about this where I'm older than I was before. And so I incorporated the deep squats, right?
Yeah.
From your influence, and I thank you for it. And you think with a deep squat, especially when you go hard, it's like, okay, my knees, because that's a lot of times that's what you get. Like, it's like, oh yeah, dude. So if you suggest deep squats to someone, they'll be, oh, my knees, or and I get it. It's true. Yep. So every time I think about this, like this joint stuff, like my joints, I think about the squats.
Got it.
By the way, yesterday I started warming up doing squats. My brother came over, Jade. We start to talk. You get into conversations or whatever. And then
not when you're squatting.
So I'm in my I'm doing the warm ups.
Okay.
For squatting, we get in this conversation while I'm warming up. I do one preset. I was explaining to Carrie. I do one preset.
K-Dog.
Hell yeah, all day. And it's basically one set. It's like a half working set. It's like the weight that I'm going to use for my first working set. I do that, but not as many reps as so much. So I'll do, it's like a priming kind of thing. Yeah. So I do that, right? Boom. Right at that point, the conversation goes deep. So like, we're just talking 2 hours, 2.5 almost hours before my first set. By the way.
So now you're saying there's a 2-hour lag time
between my prime set and my first. I know.
So you need to prioritize next.
So in my normal course of action, that kind of stuff happens. That's happened before, where it's like, hey, my conversation came, and hey, sorry, I skipped the workout. The sun went down straight up. It's dark, nighttime already. I don't know, 8:30 maybe. And it's like, well, I'm all cold. I've been sitting down talking for 2.5 hours. God. I'm not warm anymore. And let's face it, bro, it's almost bedtime.
Why are people kind of coming around your gym to talk to you like that?
Because my gym is on the side of my house, outside. Yeah, and hey, that's a conversation for another time for sure. But it's significant, nonetheless. So I go inside. I'm like, okay, cool. I'll do the squats tomorrow, whatever. All good. So I go inside. I take off my shoes and I'm like, drink some water or whatever. And Jade's leaving, and they're leaving. I was like, no, man, no. It's not going to get me this time. Yeah. Conversation, no conversation. I go back out, finish the whole squat. Actually, I added one more set too.
Like it.
By the way.
There you go. The world right now collectively is celebrating your personal victory.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So, might I add...
Joint warfare.
I was not worried about my joints at any moment. Yeah. My knee joints in this particular case.
You're worried about your mouth.
I know where I got to curve that little bit.
You got joint warfare on your jawbone.
Anyway, success all around. Joint warfare, super krill oil all day. Also, we got some immunity stuff. This is important as well. You don't get sleep. You were kind of talking about not getting that much sleep.
I had a messed up sleep schedule past. Not last night, 2 nights before that.
Yeah, I had one last night. Anyway, lack of sleep, lack of this, lack of that can kind of jam up your immune system. Don't worry about that kind of stuff too. Got supplements for that. Cold War, vitamin D3. Boom. Don't worry about your immune system either. Joints, immune system, no factor right there. Also, milk. Supplemental protein in the form of dessert. That's some good stuff as well. Whole nother story, but good stuff nonetheless.
Yeah, let's face it, you want ice cream. Yes. Ice cream has a lot of downside to it.
Yes, it does.
You can have milk, all upside, no downside.
Yeah.
Upside, legit upside. Yeah. Protein.
So to put that into perspective, and I just heard this, I don't even know where I was listening to something, and it reminded me, some people eat like a thing of ice cream every single day. Mm-hmm. It's like a thing, at night after dinner.
For a while.
Every single day.
Every single day. Okay. I remember I was running so much. I was running so much. I think I was out at team 2, and every day was like, okay, Monday PT was like PT end to run. Yeah. Tuesday PT was O-course end to run. Wednesday was swim end to run. Thursday was PT and a run again, and then Friday was a run.
What kind of run?
The Friday run, which Admiral talked about, was like a 10-miler, 12-miler.
Sorry.
Can't
do 10 miles, bro.
I would come back from that. I would do my 20-rep squat routine, too. So I was eating ice cream with a total abandon.
Yeah,
like, just getting it.
Yeah, so the situation I was hearing about reminded me of the concept that some people don't do these crazy runs or workouts or whatever. It's just part of their normal everyday routine. Like, hey, let me just eat some ice cream every single day.
Yeah.
Some obvious detriments when you do that kind of stuff. You drink you replace the ice cream with the milk. You got the same front side or front end payoff.
Yeah.
But a way different back end payoff. Actually, you get a back end payoff, unlike the back end price cost.
Hey, you can get this stuff at JockoFuel.com. If you subscribe to it, it's free shipping, which is a legit thing, because right now let's face it, there's rather large, extremely large companies that are trying to lure you into their little realm by giving you free shipping. And we understand that. We got to compete with them. So if you subscribe, free shipping, you can do double support. Much appreciated. Also, we got OriginUSA.com. If you need a jiu-jitsu gi, if you need jeans, if you need boots, if you need a t-shirt, if you need a belt, you can get it all. OriginUSA.com. The USA part is not some sort of thrown on branding.
Cool branding.
No, because the stuff is freaking made in America 100%.
Yep.
Without compromise. Think about that. Yeah. We're talking about fighting for America. Cool. That's awesome. We love it. Yeah. Guess what else we got to do? We got to support the economy here, because without the American economy, nothing else matters. You don't have a military unless you have a good economy. Yeah. So support the American economy. Stuff that's made in America with raw materials that were made or grown or produced in America. That's what we're doing. OriginUSA.com. Get it?
Yep, it's true. Also, Jocko has a store called Jocko Store. This is where you can get your Discipline Equals Freedom. Good. Get after it. All this, all the representative ideas of the path on your apparel. This is where you can get it. Also, we have a subscription as well. Free shipping on this one. Only in the USA, though, as of right now.
Okay.
Look, we're working on the international scenario, but only in the USA. It's called Shirt Locker. This is where you can get shirts with a little bit different, more creative, we'll say more fun designs, for lack of a better way of maybe putting it. Anyway, they're more interesting. You get one every month. It's kind of cool. People seem to like it.
Because once I get a hold of a couple designs, it's going to be not fun. It's going to be dark. It's going to be heavy.
It's not fun.
It's going to be more cool.
Well, there you go.
No, they're cool right now, but they're lighthearted, some of them.
Yes. People seem to be enjoying them. Free shipping on that one. And every month is a good one. Check it out. If you like it, hey, get that.
Subscribe to this podcast too, wherever you listen to podcasts. Don't forget, we also have Jocko Unraveling Podcast with my man, DC, Daryl Cooper, putting out word. Grounded Podcast. We have the Warrior Kid Podcast. We also have JockoUnderground.com. If you want to get a little additional podcast scenario, you can check that out. You have to subscribe to it. It costs $8.18 a month. What are we doing with that? We're creating a platform of our own that if things go sideways, we got a contingency plan. We'll meet you in the underground, JockoUnderground.com. Come and check that out. We have a YouTube channel, by the way.
Yep.
And we make videos. We make videos.
Yeah, we do.
We have, obviously, you all know Echo's got some technical skills that he can put to use. He can do the editing and some of that other sort of they're just technical skills.
Sure.
And then obviously I come in with the assistant director, and I kind of
creative,
and the creative side, the creative element, the vision,
and the talent. By the way, you're the talent.
But I do appreciate your being able to edit properly.
Thanks.
So if you want to see Echo's edits and my vision, check out.
Speaking of Jocko's vision and my lack of vision from time to time. Psychological Warfare is an album with tracks of Jocko telling you how to not skip
Okay.
workouts if you're in the mood to skip a workout. Like basically to achieve what I achieved last night. Let's say you don't have that fortitude that day. Don't worry, Jocko got you on this one. This goes for a lot of other weaknesses as well, so check that one out. Psychological warfare.
If you want a little psychological spot, getting over the hesitation, check out flipsidecanvas.com. Dakota Meyer, my brother, he's making cool stuff to hang on your wall, also made in America. We got some books. You heard about some of them today. Spec Ops. These are from Admiral William H. McRaven. We got Spec Ops. We got Make Your Bed. We got Sea Stories, and we got the latest, The Hero Code. Those are available on our website. If you go to jockopodcast.com and you click on books from the podcast, they'll all be there. That's also a way to support too, by the way. We got Final Spin. This is my book that's coming out, and you're going to want that first edition. You're going to want the first edition. So order that. Right now the publisher is like, well, you're not really a fiction writer.
No.
And we don't know. People are probably not going to appreciate your work. They're more looking for, that's what they're saying. So like, okay, we'll print, a limited number of copies.
Technically, aren't you a fictional writer?
Yes, because I've written a bunch of fiction kids books.
Yeah.
You are correct. I made that point as well. And then they said, that's children's fiction.
Okay, got it.
So, look, book comes out. We got to let them know at least to print enough. So if you want to pre-order that one and get that first edition, go ahead and make that happen. So that's Final Spin. Leadership Strategy and Tactics Field Manual. The code, the evaluation, the protocol, which also, that's another code. I forgot to mention that one today.
Yeah.
The code, the evaluation, the protocol. Discipline Equals Freedom Field Manual. Way the Warrior Kid 1, 2, 3, and 4. Mike and the Dragons. About Face by Hackworth. Extreme Ownership. And the Dichotomy of Leadership, which I wrote with my brother Leif Babin. Leif Babin and I also have a leadership consultancy, and we solve problems through leadership. Go to echelonfront.com if you need us to come and help you in your organization. We have Extreme Ownership Academy, online leadership training. Get to the leadership gym. Hey, you don't go to a gym one time, work out, and then you're good. No, you got to stay healthy. You got to maintain that strength.
It's true.
So go to extremeownership.com. Join our online. We're doing, by the way, you got questions? Come and ask me the question. I will be on a Zoom call, literally answering your question. Come and check it out. We have a live event called The Muster. Next one up is Phoenix. August 17th and 18th, and then Las Vegas, October 28th and 29th. Check extremeownership.com for that as well. All those are sold out, by the way, and this one will too. These will too. We have a couple other events you can check out. Battlefield, we go Battlefield walks. We have FTX. And if you want to help service members, active and retired, their families, Gold Star families, check out Mark Lee's mom, Mama Lee. She's got a charity organization, helps out our warriors. If you want to donate or you want to get involved, go to americasmightywarriors.org. And if you want more of my over elaborated estimations, or you need more of Echo's disoriented discourse, you can find us on the interwebs. On Twitter, on Instagram, which Echo only refers to as the Gram, and on Facebook, Echo's at Echo Charles, and I am at Jocko Willink. And thanks once again to Admiral McRaven for everything. Too much to sum up. But thanks to all the soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines who have been on the battlefield, well, for hundreds of years, and who allow America and freedom and democracy to exist. And the same goes to our police and law enforcement, firefighters, paramedics, EMTs, dispatchers, correctional officers, Border Patrol, Secret Service, and all first responders. Thank you for your protection here at home. And to everyone else out there, I didn't quite get into it to this book, The Hero Code. And Admiral McRaven gives some guidance on how a hero should live. But another thing that he indicates is that you are the hero we need. It's you. So go out there and get after it. And until next time, this is Echo and Jocko. Out.